What's going on, everybody? This is the Sunday Evening Overdose, broadcasting live from beautiful Lombard, Illinois, here at Crystal Recorders Studios. Thanks for tuning in. Sorry we're on a little bit late. It's been a hell of a task getting this all put together. We don't know how to run a radio show. We just want to. And I want to give a special thanks to my production squad, as I've been running around yelling at everybody and shit. They're actually putting everything together. Anyways, this is the Sunday Evening Overdose. My name is Vinny. I'm your host. We're going to be discussing the latest in sharks, ghosts, aliens, whatever else kind of interests me for the week. Those are my main three things. We'll do some local music. We'll do all kinds of shit. So let's just get right into it, I guess, with what is, in my opinion, probably the most pressing issue right now facing Americans. The plague of the coastal waters, sharks. Sharks are everywhere, and I, for one, am a little bit sick of shark apologists and, the blame the humans crowd, who's constantly insisting that people are the real danger and whatever. We're here. One of the main reasons I wanted to start this show is to expose the vile and dangerous creatures that sharks actually are. A lot of people who know me know that I consider myself to be a shark attack survivor. I was recently in Florida. I ventured into the wilderness, the marine wilderness, and made it out unscathed. However, others were not so lucky, it would seem. Jessica Vaughn, on June 1st, was bitten in the leg in Fort Lauderdale, only days before, or was that after? That was right near when I was in Pensacola, swimming like an idiot in the ocean waters. We had Jessica Vaughn bitten in the leg. We had Michaela, just a teen, in Galveston, Texas, bitten in the shoulder on June 8th. No fatalities, I think. Somebody might want to check on that, but I don't think we've had any fatalities in the U.S. this year, shark-related, so that just means we're due. That's all that means. We did have a June 9th attack at Cape Henlopen. A 16-year-old treated for gashes to the left forearm. The Delmar boy said he was bitten by a shark, prompting officials to delay Tuesday's opening of swimming areas at Cape Henlopen State Park. And that, of course, as we know, is just a empty gesture. There's no way to tell where sharks are. Silent, vicious killers that could strike at any time. Lifeguards went on duty in the morning, and apparently they're going to monitor the water for unusual activity before allowing swimming. That's real great. So as long as there's not sharks leaping out of the water, I guess you'll be allowed back in. That's the state we're in this country. The boy was attacked in 5 feet of water. Ridiculous. Sharks should stay the fuck out of that shallow of water. There should be some kind of agreement. What else? We did have some fatalities around the world. We had Christine Armstrong in Australia, April 2nd, swimming with a group of friends. She took off by herself. By the way, not advised when you're in the ocean. You want to stay in groups. Sharks are known to attack, stragglers and any life form that takes off on its own. Sharks are opportunists. Evil, calculating, cold-hearted opportunists. The police were treating the swimmers for shock. I don't know why that's funny. It's not really. One woman who lived there all their life said she's never seen sharks in the area. So what? Fucking idiots. Michael McGregor attacked in Australia and killed. All they found was some remains. He was a missing diver they found some remains covered in shark bites. Yeah, that's may have received the police say may have received shark bites. They're not sure of the cause of death, and nobody saw any shark attack. But again, given their track record, their history, and what they're capable of, I'm not afraid to jump to the conclusion that he was murdered by sharks. Sam Kellett in Australia, another fatal attack. Missing and believed to have been killed by a shark off the southeastern tip of York Peninsula in South Australia. Australia's got all the shark attacks, all the fatal ones. Australia gets all the best shark attacks. We don't have too many fatal ones in the U.S., but they do happen, I think, an average of one every other year. But that's one every other year too many. Friedrich Bergstaller in South Africa. He was murdered in cold blood off the coast of Port St. John's. It appeared the incident occurred while the man was just swimming for recreation as part of a tour group. But do sharks care? They don't give a fuck. Which leads me to some other alarming news. Shark attacks are actually expected to rise this summer. Each year, let's see. This is coming from Discovery News, discovery.com. 200 million people visit American beaches every year. Why? I can't imagine. There's a lot of other things going on other than putting yourself in harm's way, venturing into the coastal waters. Each year, according to George Burgess, who is director of the Florida Program for Shark Research, each year more people are going into the water. We're also seeing a rise in the numbers of sharks on both coasts. And what I like about this article is this guy admits there's no change in behavior or circumstance. All we're seeing is more people and more sharks in the same area, and they're predicting more attacks. So there's nothing here that would suggest anything different other than the proximity to sharks. That means if you get close to sharks, they will kill you. They are looking to eat humans. And even this guy basically admits, if given the chance, they will murder you, anyone you love or care about. Oh, I'm really sick of these fucking shark apologists. The third reason, he said, is that global climate change has resulted in warmer waters to the north. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not even going to finish that because we all know climate change does not exist at all. And this guy's clearly part of multiple agendas, social programming agendas, being a shark apologist and a climate change myth propagator. According to the International Shark Attack File, there were 27 shark attacks in U.S. waters last summer. 5 of those happened off the shores of Hawaii, with one of the attacks causing a fatality. So there was a fatality last year. Yeah, we got somebody calling in here. I did not give the number out, so that's weird.
Enough with the shark.
All right, you're on the Sunday Evening Overdose. Who's this?
I'm sick of the sharks. That's all I got.
That's why we don't take many calls. Something is wrong. This is a bunch. Basically, all right, here's what's going on. Sharks are on the rise. They're admitting that the sharks are going to murder more innocent Americans. Yet their, shark apologists are out here saying this is actually a good sign for the ecosystem in the ocean when one of the apex predators is on the rise. Obviously means there's, plenty of other foodstuffs for the apex predators that are thriving. Like we give a fuck. Fuck the ocean. It's nothing but danger, pain, and misery for you if you go in. Great white shark numbers are also surging, so watch out, Australia. This is from the Spokesman Review. Actually, this has to do with the U.S. numbers in the U.S. are apparently at the highest that they've been since 1961. Great whites on the rise, I guess, which is horrible news for humans. I would suggest you look into that. Let's do what we can to get those numbers going back in the right direction, if you know what I mean. There's another mention in this article about the movie Jaws and how great whites owe their fearsome reputation in the movie Jaws, which I would consider a heroic piece of journalism. Probably the only piece of cinema video of any kind that accurately portrays these monsters for what they are. We actually had an incident, let's see, there's an incident where a shark swarm shut down a Gulf Coast beach recently. This is from, the Houston Chronicle. Crowds of beachgoers raced out of the water this weekend as sharks swarmed the coast. So, if that's what you guys want to deal with, keep being complacent about this shark epidemic. I was just telling people about this when I was in Florida. They think people who live around the ocean really think you're nuts, but stuff is serious. Apparently, people think that fishing boats are just discarding all their shit close to the shore and attracting sharks. Blah, blah, blah. The sharks are going to be there whether or not they're looking for people. It's time to stop all this pussyfooting around and confront the problem. Listen to this. Here's the kind of thing you get from, local shark experts. The biggest thing that people need to understand is it's not the entire beach. It's just that one area, about a mile stretch of Orange Beach. Oh, it's just a mile of bloodthirsty monsters. Don't worry. Everything's cool there. Oh, boy. That's going to lead me to a video. I'd like to just give you guys a taste of exactly what these beasts are capable of. Recently, there was a video posted to YouTube, I'm going to post a link to our Facebook page right now if you guys want to check this out. It's a London Telegraph article, where they show the video of a shark attacking a fishing boat off the coast of New Jersey. Quite terrifying stuff there. If you haven't seen that, I'm posting it right now to the Sunday Evening Overdose Facebook page. Please feel free to visit us on the Facebook page, post or comment, and I would be happy to interact with you during the show. If you'd like to call in this evening, we had some trouble getting set up with the phone, so you're just going to call my cell phone. It's 708-244-8142. 708-244-8142. Feel free to call in on anything I've talked about or make some shit up. Whatever you want to do. So, that video's up. I'm going to post another video. Here, let's just play the audio of this. You fade the laptop back up, please, in the booth or the control room. It's from the London Telegraph.
Hey, Drew, are you there? Watch out, he could come up. Look out.
Yeah.
Get back. Get back. Get back. You guys are nuts.
He's going after the choke.
There's the only one person there that's sane.
That is the most
That is
amazing.
Yeah, well, don't get too close. It will come up.
These other fucking
he's gonna
morons
take
are
our
out here reaching their hands out over a boat trying to interact with probably the most fearsome creature on the planet. One guy here seems to understand the danger. I'm nuts. So whatever. There's just people yelling. It's not much to listen to. We also have another video that was posted lately. Great white shark attacking an inflatable boat. Sorry about that. Great white shark attacking an inflatable boat. Pull this video up. I'll post that too. So I just wanted to show you that because I want to make it apparent that they know what they're doing. The shark clearly understands he can sink the boat and do what he will with the tasty morsels inside. Fucking stupid dramatic music they added. Doesn't really add to anything. The shark is plenty scary on its own. dead black eyes staring into the abyss, just uncaring, unfeeling, unloving, devoid of any kind of compassion or anything you could possibly recognize as possibly God, fish are creepy, huh? There's nothing in those eyes. Bites the boat, swims around, waits for him to sink, but luckily people are too smart for that shit and they head to shore. But anyways, that video is going up on the Facebook page right now. Great white shark attacks inflatable boat. So there, that's your shark news for the week. Whoops, thanks for sticking with that.
Hey, are you there? Watch out, he could come up. Look out, get back.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Look out for that fucking shark. Later in the show, we're going to have a couple of guests over the phone, do a quick live interview. They are from Bump in the Night, Paranormal, Bump in the Night, Paranormal Investigations out of Joliet, Illinois. They're going to be into, wait, who the fuck? Some guy saying post the link? Go to the Facebook page. It's been posted 100 fucking times. Just go. Well, I guess you can't hear me. God damn it. You do everything you can. We've got Ron Smiles and Lori Taylor Esposito, founders of Bump in the Night Paranormal Investigations in Joliet, Illinois. We're going to be discussing a couple of the more interesting anomalies in the paranormal news lately, and also going to just ask them about some of their investigations and, what it's like to be a paranormal investigator, I guess. Got all kinds of questions. So they'll be on later in the show. Make sure you stay tuned for that. We're going to be playing some... Instead of commercials, I've decided to play unknown artists for you. So we'll have a couple of cool tracks coming up. But I guess, let's see. The phone lines are lit up. Should we go to a caller or not? You know what? Let's just wait. 708-244-8142. Call in. Let us know what you want to talk about. I'm going to move on to some other current events. Let's see. We got some police brutality. As usual, I didn't try to pick any particular... Hello? So I'm just changing the audio. I didn't try to pick any particular type of story or use any criteria whatsoever. I just randomly picked a couple of cases because literally there are so many hundreds of cases of police brutality all the fucking time that I don't even know how to begin to pick, what to cover. But a couple of things here. There's a Dallas police brutality trial going on where the accuser just took the stand. This was this week in an article by Tanya Eiserer. In Dallas, it's a city. They've actually had tons of settlements over police brutality in recent years. Like a lot of big cities, they've had a lot of trouble. They've paid out a lot of money. It doesn't seem to change anything. It seems to be worth, it's just the cost of doing business, I guess. So, this is the first time, though, in quite some time that anyone can recall a former Dallas police officer being on trial over allegations that he beat up a motorist. Normally, this stuff is settled before it gets there, I guess. Former Dallas police officer, fucking names, Quaitemes, son of a bitch, I don't know what that is. That Williams faces up to a year in jail if convicted of a Class A misdemeanor. A Class A misdemeanor for kicking and pepper spraying Roderick Lyles as he laid handcuffed and defenseless on the ground in the early morning hours of January 28th, 2011. Misdemeanor. I know that as a regular citizen, if you decide to pepper spray and beat the fuck out of someone, you probably won't walk away with a misdemeanor. This guy gets a misdemeanor. George Milner, Williams' attorney, accused police and prosecutors of Monday morning quarterbacking and said the former officer was confronted with a difficult, resisting suspect and acted in the heat of the moment. All right, so I guess we can see if our listeners would agree with that assessment. Let's see. I'm going to post that. There is a video. I'm going to go ahead and play it. Just because I like to sort of hear how the media covers this stuff too. I've got like a mainstream news station from Dallas, I think. Here's the video that's going on Facebook page right now. The Sunday Evening Overdose on Facebook. That's been posted. So I'm just going to play the audio from that, from the news coverage. Let's see how they covered this incident. And you can clearly see in the video, I watched.
Hey, Drew, are you there? Watch out, he could come up. Look out.
Shit.
Get back.
Hang on.
Get back.
This shit happening.
He's going after the choke.
See, this fucking shark video is coming up. I'm going to go ahead and play this police brutality video.
Since 1950, you've
this is a
trusted
fucking
Freimeyer
commercial.
services for heating, air conditioning, and
Yeah,
even
fade that
plumbing.
down.
That's because
Some
Freimeyer
stupid air conditioning
offers
commercial.
upfront pricing. Call or click today.
Some guy
$99
looks like he's fresh off a boat from the Philippines with holding a
higher degree of comfort.
not that there's anything wrong with that, holding a clipboard.
Police officer accused of beating a man
there
who
we go.
was arresting went on trial
Just
today
turn that
in
up a little.
Dallas.
Thanks.
DPD officer Quaytams Williams was fired after dash cam video showed him
Quaytams.
kicking Roderick Lyles and using pepper spray
They're
as he
playing
lay
the video,
motionless on the ground.
and he's
The former
definitely,
officer could
he's
now face
definitely-
up to a year in jail. Tanya Iser was in the courtroom.
Yeah, they were playing the video while she was saying that, and believe me, she's got a very concerned look on her dumb, stupid newsreader face. And what she didn't say is that there's clearly a man submitting on the ground with two other men holding him down and one other man beating him over the head and pepper spraying him. It's pretty cut and dry.
To this day, Roderick Lyles is scared of Dallas police officers.
Is that your head being kicked?
I would just like to say I've never been to Dallas, don't know much about Dallas, but I'm scared of Dallas police officers.
By Officer Williams?
Yes.
Were you handcuffed at that point?
Yes.
Were you on the ground?
Yes.
That's Lyles testifying about what happened to him in the early morning hours of January 28, 2011. Fired Dallas police officer Quaytams Williams is accused of kicking Lyles in the head and pepper spraying him as he lay on the ground, handcuffed. A police dash cam video shows Lyles driving down Abrams Road in the Lake Highlands area of Dallas.
I was going to go and get my girlfriend some gas.
Dallas police officer Hiram Solar pulls Lyles.
First of all, I was going to get my girlfriend some gas. What the fuck does that mean? I guess the only way is if she ran out of gas and you had to take a gas can. Whatever. Why is that the audio clip they use? News 8, ABC in Dallas, just as fucking stupid and hacky
Lyles over.
and
The
useless as
license
any
plate
other news.
belonged to another car. Lyles has traffic warrants. Solar and two other officers walk up to the car. Lyles gets out.
He said, you cannot do me like this. And then he turned around again.
Yeah,
There's
that's a Dallas police officer speaking in broken English about the
Struggle. Lyles
incident?
tries to pull away. He goes to the ground, falling on top of Williams.
I start getting hit in the face.
Williams grabs a flashlight. He hits Lyles with it. Another officer grabs the
Yeah, if you're not,
flashlight from Williams.
If you're not watching
Officer-
the video, there's no disputing what's going on here. There's a guy laying on the ground, motionless, getting beaten. And, I mean, I guess if you're someone like me, you see it so often that you just, I mean, it's, I don't even know why I'm covering it. We all know what's going on. I guess I'm just trying to keep it in front of people's eyes, keep the conversation alive, keep people interested in that topic, because things have got to change. And I guess most people don't understand it till it happens to them. But I've got a couple of shoulder injuries that remind me of just how nice the police can be. It's also another guy, Bayon B. I should fucking find out how to pronounce shit. I'm a bad radio host. Bayonne. Fuck it, I'm not pronouncing it. I don't want anyone to tell me it's wrong. Peter Williams, 51. Bayonne. Thanks. Bayonne, Peter Williams, 51, collapsed and died in Bayonne on June 10th after police used pepper spray to break up a fight that Williams himself was attempting to stop. Oh, yeah, police really know how to de-escalate a situation. Boy, happy to see them show up when there's an altercation. They always know how to calm things down. Yeah, so this guy's dead. How did he die? Police officer ran into the vestibule of the building where the fight had broken out, and without warning took out a canister of pepper spray and sprayed everyone inside, including Williams. Well, that sounds like totally rational action. Mitchell, who was across the street visiting his mother at the time, rushed over to 403 Avenue C as the police arrived. However, the police say no, that there was a dozen people fighting in the vestibule, and that the girl had told police that Williams assaulted her. Oh, who knows? They can just say anything. He had stents in his heart, was a diabetic. I'm sure the officer didn't have to do what he did. That's what they're saying on the scene. Witnesses said that the guy was just kind of freaked out and overreacted. Officer said the pepper spray is only used after a series of commands. Stop what you're doing. Of course, when you run up to a bunch of people with adrenaline pumping and they're fucking fist fighting, of course you just yell at them to stop and expect that to happen, and if not, hurt them. That's the way the police work. Stop hurting each other or I'll hurt you all. What else is in the news here? 708-244-8142 if you want to call in. The phone lines are completely lit up. It's just all the callers are pretty fucking shitty so far. So we're going to wait for somebody good. 708-244-8142. If you can't get through, please try again. Our operators are waiting. From the Huffington Post, an Ohio boy finds a mummy hanging inside an abandoned house. He stepped into the abandoned house in Dayton, Ohio on the morning of Sunday the 15th, I think, of June. And he found a mummified corpse of a man hanging by his neck from a belt. Edward Brunton was the man. And, let's see. Hold on, caller. I guess we're ready to patch someone through. Just hold on 1 second there, please. Yeah. When he occupied the house in circa 2009. I guess he had run out on his family and his friends wherever he was from. Didn't really know anybody in the neighborhood. And hung himself, and nobody gave a shit. And no, you're not. You're actually on the air. It's just a bad radio show. Just hold on. Don't say anything for 30 seconds. The almost air-free closet preserved the body from decomposition, insects, and animals, giving it a mummified effect, according to Ken Betts, director of Montgomery County Coroner's Office. I've been in a lot of abandoned buildings, houses, things of that nature. Never found a mummy. That would be pretty fucking cool. You do find a lot of cryptic things once in a while because, yeah, I guess, a lot of these places nobody's been in for years. Could be anything. I guess the kid brought his mom back. She discovered the body, and they were able to track down a family member and identify him. And blah, blah, blah. Off he goes into history as a modern-day incidental mummy. I'm going to tie that into some more mummy shit, but for right now. Oh, and a word to our guests. If you're listening, I'm sorry. We started a little bit late. We'll be contacting you soon. From Bump in the Night, Paranormal Investigations in Joliet. Just hang tight, and thank you for being on the show again, if you're listening. All right, Alan K. is calling in from Downers Grove, Illinois. What's going on?
Hey, you were talking about this whole police brutality situation. Supposedly these guys get, psychological evaluations before they join the force and everything. And here's the bottom line. Clearly, whatever these psychological evaluations are, it's not doing the trick. That's for damn sure. And I mean, we need third parties or something going in on this. Or, I don't know.
That's interesting. How do you form a third party? See, if it's a collective, made up of people in the society, how do you form, a separate...
That's a really interesting question, and I mean, to be perfectly honest, I don't really have all the answers. I'm kind of an idiot spouting off ideas off the top of his head.
You called the right place.
Whatever's going on, they let people slide by that they know are going to be dangerous. I mean, that's clearly what's going on.
Well, I'm sure, we wouldn't actually need to really speculate on that. I'm sure somebody's, if that's something anybody in the control room or something might be able to send me, if you guys can find, I would bet that somebody's already done the study in whatever psychological filtering there is for police forces. I would bet somebody out there has already figured out that they're to attract the violent, schizophrenic assholes that we deal with on most police forces.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Rather than to keep them out.
Exactly what you're going to find out.
We were hearing years ago, 15 years ago, about guys being barred from police forces, I guess, for having too high of an IQ.
Oh yeah, I heard about that one too. Although I couldn't really find any of the studies specifically backing it, so that was the thing that kind of made me go, I don't know.
You know what? I think that was. One of those.
Totally surprised me either. I mean, it does kind of seem like there's a certain intelligence level amongst police officers that I run into. They don't seem stupid by any means, but they don't seem particularly thoughtful either. I mean, that might just be because they're on patrol and they're giving off a certain air of authority because of that, but,
I would say, I'm going to go ahead and say most cops I've dealt with were stupid, or at least acted that way. They don't, generally, when you deal with a cop, you're really lucky if he's either capable of or willing to deal in logical reasoning. They mostly just behave like dogs, and if you treat them like dogs, you tend to get better results, I've found. Yeah, I wish that was a joke.
Yeah, no, I laughed out on cry.
So anyways, what else you got for us?
I don't know. I'm really interested to hear about these paranormal investigators. I might call back in with questions once you've actually got them up and running. But as far as the top issue, that was kind of just my 2 cents on it. That we really got to get to the bottom of what this psychological testing is and whether or not it's effective, or you're saying is actually bringing in these maniacs, because something's wrong. Something stinks in Denmark.
That's a good point. Yeah. If anyone in my crew back there can find any supporting evidence on that, that would be interesting. Thanks a lot, Alan from Downers Grove. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, from in here in the control room, I'm...
Hang on, Max, the producer, is chiming in. Go ahead, Max.
No, I was just looking on the internet as you were talking about these, these tests that they're giving to police to, determine their state of mental well-being or therefore lack of, and all I'm finding is a whole bunch of stuff on a new police stress management strategy, the annual mental health check, and it's about police suicides. That is the information that I'm getting when I'm looking for that.
Well, I understand why there would be a lot of police suicides. It's a fucking horrible way to live. But yeah, I mean, if you can find anything specifically dealing with, I'd imagine it would be some independent person's blog, or maybe some kind of courageous, independently funded study organization or research group or something that may have done the study on, looking over these psychological exams to see if they actually, like we said, attract, the hyper-aggressive kind of thugs that seem to... that seem to have taken over a lot of the local police forces, because from what a lot of old timers say, 'twas not always thus. But yeah, all right. So thanks for the call, Alan. We're gonna get back to the mummy news. I came across this. I thought it was interesting. apparently a 3,000-year-old humanoid has been discovered in northern Germany. And it was in the same location where something called the Nebra sky disk was found. The body, apparently, and this is from the same article in the Huffington Post, which was written by Carl Sanders, I believe, yeah. And it's been discovered in northern Germany. It's apparently 3.5 feet tall, has no genitals, and is basically alien in appearance. So interested me, and then I found the Nebra. So they say it was found in the same location where the Nebra sky disk was found. So I wanted to find out about that. So the Nebra sky disk is a bronze disk around 30 centimeters in diameter with a weight of 2.2 kilograms. And who the fuck knows what that means? Not me. A blue-green patina, and it's inlaid with gold symbols. These are interpreted generally as a sun or full moon, a lunar crescent, and stars. I said a lunar crescent and stars. 2 golden arcs along the sides, marking the angle between the solstices, were added later. Final addition was another arc at the bottom, blah, blah, blah. You can look up the picture of this Nebra sky disk. I'm basically just reading to you from the Wikipedia. This thing was basically looks kind of like a shield or something. And apparently the reason that it's important is it kind of challenges mainstream science's view. If the dating on it is correct, challenges mainstream science's view of when people in that region had a sophisticated understanding of astrological events. And that's just going off of what I can remember, because this article is pretty long. I guess the dating was disputed at one point, but at this point, most experts agree on its authenticity. The gold used in it, I guess, and the other interesting thing was, I guess the metals, part of it's from the Carpathian Mountains, part of it's from Austria. It's from all over the place. The River Karnen, I'm not sure where that is, but it's been a pretty controversial and disputed artifact. Pretty interesting. You might want to look into the Nebra disk. And now there's some kind of mummified alien creature that's been found nearby. So we could go into that a lot more, but I've already kind of wasted a lot of time today. So we're going to move on. That's the Nebra disk, Nebra. We've got a UFO captured by Google Earth map. This is, let's see. We got somebody talking to me. Just heard some of the show. Sounds good. Get the callers a little louder if you can. You hear that, Max? Our boss just, it's the program director, just texted me. Get the callers a little louder if you can. All right, thanks. We'll do that. A Google Earth user. This is from Webdesk. A Google Earth user from Newfoundland. How do you say that? Somebody tell me in there. Is it new? You really say it like Newfoundland, or is it like Newfoundland? Yeah, that's what I thought. Newfoundland has reportedly spotted an unidentified flying object along with an alien over the sky of Trout Creek, Montana, the IB Times reported. So apparently this is a UFO hotspot, and this alien was spotted by sorry, I've got people walking in and out. Scott Waring, who tracks UFO activities through his website, UFO Sightings Daily. Check that out, UFO Sightings Daily. We'll just Google that. Or start page or whatever you do. I got a report from a guy in Newfoundland. This is what he says. And he found a UFO on Google Earth in Trout Creek, Montana area. I investigated it and took a few screenshots, which revealed something that was not at first apparent. This is an alien head sticking out from the UFO. Ah, God. This is a stupid story. In the blog post, Waring said he was blown away by it. I'm just blown away that we have real proof of an alien with this photo. I thought it was just a UFO, but his head sticking out. Why the hell would an alien have his head sticking out of a UFO like a dog flying around at like 1,000 miles an hour just with his tongue out? It's a very exciting photo, and I really hope you think so too, he says. Waring also claims of spotting similar alien-controlled UFOs via Google Earth. However, it is debatable whether the sightings are real UFOs or drones. Yeah, they're probably drones. Some even argue the image to be superficial and created by digital lenses. You know what would be interesting? Sure, we could pull up a screenshot. You know, see, here's what makes me suspicious about this story. Maybe I was a little hasty in pulling that one up because they don't list the coordinates to check that out. But you know what? I will post, let's see. I will post the article that came from, and it has the screenshot. You guys can track that down if you're interested. Check that out for yourselves. Let's see here. I will find that and post it. What else? Oh, hang on a second. Looks like they want to put a caller through. We got Patrick in Berwyn, Illinois. What's going on, Patrick?
What's going on?
Yeah, you don't need to. You don't need to scream, sir.
Losing connection on my shit phone service, but I want to talk about the police brutality. I like this and stuff, but I want to talk about police brutality.
No, that's fine. I don't give a shit. Talk about it.
Okay, was there a video of what you were talking about?
Yes, I posted it on the Facebook page.
Dude, I'm on phone. I'm traveling all the time.
All right. Well, when you get to a computer.
There's a video of the dude on the floor getting his head kicked in and shit.
Right.
So then they
Well, they're hitting him with a flashlight. Yeah.
Well, whatever. They still have to go to court, and then they still have to ask the dude. The whole process is fucking stupid. The whole justice system is stupid. They have no authority over it. Listen, it's on video, and they're like, "Were you on the ground at this point?" Yes. Were they kicking you in the head at this point? Yes. Like, no, it's right there. Put the hammer down on that fucking cop and let it be. You know what I mean?
No, yeah.
My favorite type of video that I watch on a regular basis is people like stealing in Brazil, and then everybody on the block beats them to death. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
That's my favorite type of video to watch. I don't care for
Sorry about
fucking.
that.
I don't know. It's like you gotta submit this in writing. Like there's a video of them beating the dude's ass. What the fuck? Also,
go ahead.
How exactly did they to that alien you were talking about with the no dick? What did they do? Like just check if it had a dick, or they cut it open, or how did that work? You know what I mean? Like,
I think.
This mummy, quick, check his genitals.
Yeah, well, no, that's what you do when you find a mummy. That's you pull its pants down, first and foremost.
Do you agree with? I mean, you sit there and ask questions. It's right there on video. I mean, it's kind of stupid.
No, and yeah, of course it is, and it's, it's all part of the work of, well, I was talking about the way the news covers it is the same thing. They cover it in this way of like, the allegations, while they're playing a video of two cops sitting on a guy and one cop beating him with a flashlight, they're saying, if the allegations are true or whatever, just like, yeah, I mean, obviously.
Yeah, they show a clip of him, yeah, like you said, like, why did they play the clip of him, like, I was just going to go get some gas, like, okay, and he has warrants, like, what?
Well, no, and they play clips that make him sound stupid, was my point,
right. Right. It's bullshit. There's no need for anybody to tell everybody not to go beat the fuck out of that police officer until he doesn't go to work anymore. That's what should be going on.
Well, yeah, and I'm a little bit sick of seeing videos of cops beating people up while 20 people stand around filming it with their phones instead of kicking the fucking cop in the stupid fucking pig face. Yeah.
No, those videos are great. Like that soccer player that drop kicked that cop in the head for beating up that guy.
Oh,
was
that's
just running on the field.
that's a classic.
Cool.
Yeah, yeah. But those are, I mean,
like
you're
that is
talking.
awesome.
That's people from other countries, you know, where maybe the police don't have the kind of overbearing presence that, because like a lot of people in other countries, I'm not exactly sure which ones because I'm dumb, but some, you know, there's other countries where I see people commenting on the internet, wow, I can't believe you guys in the United States have let your police, you know, treat you this way and let them run away. We would never let this happen. This is crazy. How do you let them push you around? And what is drink? I see people all the time like, you know, is it illegal to be drunk? Is it illegal to drink outside? You know, and stuff. And like, yeah, there's a lot of places where people don't stand for it, I guess.
In
but
the U.S., it's because we're all like little weird mini weirdos, so we're like everybody's offended by words, but words, games, like you got to go to court, and the one who can talk better at the particular moment that it's awesome gets to win. It's the stupidest thing ever. There's a video of a dude getting hurt, and that guy hurt him. Case closed. You know? Fuckers. And in other countries, they shoot down fucking police helicopters with bazookas. That's why. Sorry, I'm driving.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen. Thanks for the call.
Yeah. Well, I'll let you guys go. Whatever.
I don't know. I'll be on for a while. Call back later.
Okay. I'll try to listen if my phone lets me.
All right. Shut up, idiot. All right. We are going to take a quick break in a minute, and then we're going to come back with our guests, hopefully. Max, if you want to get them on the line. I don't want to get their names wrong. I think it's Ron Smiles and Lori Esposito.
Yeah, Ron Smiles.
And Lori Esposito, right?
I wasn't given her number.
No, Lori Taylor Esposito. They're I think, an item, and they run the thing together, so she's going to be on too. Okay. Let me just mention real fast that we are broadcasting from Crystal Recorders Studio here in Lombard, Illinois. For all of your recording needs, please look us up. You can just do an internet search for Crystal, that's 2 L's, Crystal Recorders in Lombard, Illinois. We've got Facebook page, we've got the website, we've got whatever you're looking for. Do you want me to give the phone number out? Anybody? Hey, you give the phone number out. Go ahead, because I don't know it.
630-708-MIXS. 630-708-MIXX.
That's 2 X's? Or XS?
XS.
S. MIXS.
God, I fucked that up. It's 630-708-MIXS.
That's Crystal Recorders in Lombard, Illinois. So for our breaks, we're not doing commercials. I'm doing fairly unknown music that I enjoy. These are some guys that I've had the pleasure of meeting a couple times, called Tomorrow Kings. They just released an album called Nigger Rig Time Machine. There's a track called Drop Kicks from Saturn. Check it out, Tomorrow Kings.
We are Tomorrow Kings. We have a message for you. Back from the future. Rap Kama Sutra. Scrap what you used to. Use nap to see what happened. Crack in your mucus. Acting like a doofus. I make wet Medusas. While you stalling, we be ballin'. Hacking niggas stupid. Attacking they shitty shooting. Decapitating Confucius. Running blades, pulling pain. All your shit is useless. We make rap abusive. Cooking, chopping, screwing. Gravity, we dropping kicks from Saturn.
Kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn. Matter of fact, we swinging pythons. Drop kicks from Saturn. Matter of fact, we swinging.
Marty Jannetty, Drop kick, Murphy, Eddie, Charlie, we ready to open up your belly. Hope your heartbeat is steady. TK tagged around the world with Sharpie machetes. Messy. And who gon' clean it up? The custodians. All they wanna do is kick up dust at the podium. Do it for the kids, but we don't fuck with Nickelodeon. Okay, say you winning, nigga, what? Get your trophy band. Homie, this, that shit you thought that you could classify as hip-hop. If you bastards pop, you think our music's bastardized. Gas and rapping madness to keep the savages satisfied. Checkers try to catch us fast. Wanna capitalize? And you really think that's gonna right?
Drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn. Matter of fact, we swinging pythons. Drop kicks from Saturn. Matter of fact, we swinging.
Catch me in your jam on some cool shit. Up in the place, you trying to hate. Locals is choosing. Blood in the water, they matic in order to move in. What you gon' do then? Cause if you can't blend with my men, you catch a bruise. Open doors of opportunity, letting the truth in. You ain't one of the guards of the squad, then we boo him. We on some sneak peek freak shit, the opposite of losing. So watch what you doing,
Not you, Nicholas, little Willie break hands, flip chips to the quick glance, blast the I-30, exploding line mine, punching human face to quicksand. Cool your fans off, tilt the crowd, smooth hands, get mistaken for the win. Wills of life and builders alike without changing to a new stance. I got a home fortress made of 4 horsemen corpses. Those corpses obey the mutated animal endorphins. The animals in question, 2-headed tigers and swordfish. The swordfish is outfitted with weapons taken for transformers. Now it's time for the chorus.
Drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn. Matter of fact, we swinging pythons. Drop kicks from Saturn. Matter of fact, we swinging.
Drop kicks from Saturn. Supernova soundscape stomping through your tavern. Tipsy off the crime rate, chopping up these classics. Pushing through the circuit plus pterodactyl apparatus flyers off the pendulum. Origami paper cuts, bleeding by design. I slice that aura to the baby crumbs. Beast until I die, the highest marker, sparker mania. Track archer, talking practice, spark the match and blaze it up. Why these cats afraid of us?
Drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn. Matter of fact, we swinging pythons. Drop kicks from Saturn. Matter of fact, we swinging pythons. Drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn, drop kicks from Saturn. Matter of fact, we swinging pythons. Drop kicks from Saturn. Matter of fact, we swinging pythons. Drop kicks from Saturn. Matter 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 of fact, we swinging pythons. Drop kicks from Saturn. Matter of fact, we swinging pythons. Drop kicks from 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 drop kicks.
All right, that was Drop Kicks from Saturn. Tomorrow Kings. The album is called Nigger Rig Time Machine. Check that out. I was playing it on Bandcamp. All right.
The Sunday Evening Overdose.
Let's see. I think we're going to go to our guests. Are we ready? Ron, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, how are you, sir?
Great. Just trying to get through the first show, you know? It's going all right, though.
We're listening and sounding pretty good.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Just one thing I'd like to weigh in on, if I may.
Oh, yeah, please, go ahead.
About this police brutality stuff.
Sure.
Being a law enforcement field and a police officer for an area department out here.
Wait, sorry, go ahead.
Being a police officer myself.
Oh,
and,
I didn't know that. Shit. All right, go ahead.
Well, what I want to say is that I'll be the first one to tell you that there are some bad officers out there, but these old broad brushes with all the same brush and the same paint. There's a lot of us out here that are really hard not to be assholes.
All right. So you're saying there's a lot of you that try. You're cutting out a little. You're saying there's a lot of you that try really hard not to be assholes?
We work very hard not to be assholes.
What do you mean by that?
You just take the light. You're in the paper.
So one thing that you probably won't hear about is that me and my partner, just probably about 2 weeks ago, we saved the life of a 3-week-old baby who was not breathing.
Sure. There's always going to be positive stories. My major issue is the way the system operates, and the way that there's no accountability and the way that there's like, you know, tendencies towards a lot of negative behaviors.
We have all the video cameras in the squad cars and such. There's plenty of accountability.
I don't find that to be true. Generally, when I see a lot of, you know, and I haven't done some kind of exhaustive, you know, analytical piece or research or anything, but when I see, you know, stories, most of the time, I'm seeing police walk, you know, most of the time that they're involved in these high-profile abuse cases. Would you not agree with that?
Maybe here and there, but not all, no.
That's my perception and the perception of a lot of people I know, but...
I totally understand. I mean, I see the same things that you see, and sometimes think, you know, that's way out of line on our part, and that they need to be disciplined and dealt with.
Sure. So you're not someone who thinks you know, a lot of guys who are cops become kind of part of that gang mentality.
No.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, I think that if we're going to enforce the law, we need to walk the walk. And if we step out of line, then we deserve to be punished just like anybody else.
Yeah, right. And yeah, no, I mean, I just, without having like some kind of really like exhaustive kind of statistical study in front of me, I guess we could go back and forth all day. It just seems to me like there's very little accountability with a lot of this stuff. That's just how it seems to me. And a lot of people, I mean, so what was your issue with what we said?
Well, mostly these video clips just show people getting their asses kicked.
Right.
I find it curious that it just shows the part where the police seem to be beating somebody down. It doesn't show what up to that event.
No, that's true. However, kind of, you know, when you have that job and you want that responsibility, would you not agree that there, you know, with the job that a police officer is supposed to do comes with a lot of responsibility, and you're supposed to be patient and measured, and, you know, isn't it? Or
absolutely.
So when I see a video of a guy who's already submitted and is being beaten continuously, it doesn't really matter what led up to that. You know, it's the police officer's job to act in a professional manner at that point, isn't it?
Absolutely. I'll be the first one to agree with you that when the fight's over, the fight's over.
Right, exactly. Well, and that's true in a lot of things. I mean, that's like, I don't know if you ever watch fight videos on YouTube and shit like that, but there's kind of like a disturbing tendency these days for people to continue to beat each other when it's unnecessary in all walks of life. But when it's a police officer, it's more disturbing to me because it's official oppression in that they're backed up by, you know, this sort of monopoly on the violence, and they're the only ones allowed to use it, you know. And yeah, I mean, I don't want to, you know, try to say there's no cops doing anything good. It's just that, you know, they're allowed. It facilitates the system of law enforcement that we have now, facilitates the bad cops to go way further than they'd be able to without that power backing, you know.
Well, unfortunately, what it is that what you see mostly is the bad cops being bad.
Right. Well, that makes for more interesting news, I guess.
Yeah, apparently it does.
But so you're saying, well, so I understand what you're saying. It just, to me, there's a disconnect there, in that, you know, you could do good and heroic things as an ordinary citizen. And you know what, I hate that distinction too. There's a tendency for people to make a distinction between cops and citizens when cops are citizens, right? You're not
right.
So
absolutely.
So, you know, you could do the same heroic things without having the power to do the bad things too, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess that's the distinction, you know, in the point you're making and the point I'm making, is that I don't like the structure of the system allowing for the bad things to take place, because I think the bad things are inevitable. I'm someone who believes in the old saying about absolute power corrupting absolutely.
What's the difference if it's law enforcement that's taking over the power and beating people down, or if it's gangs, or if it's disrespectful citizens that get stopped on a traffic stop and decide to spit on an officer and say, I dare you to take me out of this car, I dare you to do this, and then just drive off and run the officer over. So who's in the right then?
In which situation, who's in the right?
A citizen gets pulled over.
Uh-huh. Well,
for
speeding?
The citizen then rolls down the window, spits on the cop, says, I ain't giving you shit, pulls away, runs over the cop. Now who's at fault? The cop?
Yes, for pulling the citizen over. He didn't, it depends. See, this is a really complicated issue to me, because sometimes I would say, yeah, when you pull someone over, whether you like it or not, what it actually is a threat of violence against that person. Not direct and immediate, admittedly, but what it is you're saying, if you don't stop, more of us will join the chase. If you decide to get out of your car and run, we'll chase you and tackle you. If you fight back, we'll hurt you and possibly kill you.
All right, well, now let's just slow down a little bit.
I understand that's extrapolating it all the way out. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. It's a very complicated issue. And my view on something, since you gave the example of speeding, I wish we lived in a society where there didn't have to be these arbitrary, you want this speed, and the law declares that to be unsafe, and now you owe us money for some reason. I mean, that's kind of stupid to me. The whole thing is kind of stupid to me. So it's a big conversation.
Well, that's fine, but it's not quite fair to section out every officer being the same person.
Oh, I would never do that.
But you did. You said that all cops are dogs.
No, listen. And some of that was tongue in cheek, and I'm attempting to be entertaining. But I do think that the majority of police officers I've dealt with in my life behave more with that animal mentality. That's what I mean. They don't respond to logical reasoning. They respond to body language. Just kind of emotion, anger, whatever. And they're not a lot of times, in my own personal experience, a lot of police officers I've dealt with can't really be reasoned with, is what I meant.
Meaning you can't get out of a ticket, or you can't speak anything. You just, like, say if you got pulled over or whatever, you're saying that you've never been cut loose from a ticket or cut loose from, whatever.
Sure I have, yeah.
So.
Yeah, usually if you properly submit, and you satisfy them psychologically that they're bigger and stronger than you, they might let you off with a warning. But if you stand your ground and act like a man, they usually won't. I know that. But see, that's the thing. We have some philosophical differences here. There's a lot what I'm saying to you probably sounds really fucked up, but if I went through all the steps of logic to how I got there, you'd probably understand what I meant.
Well, basically what it comes down to is that people want us out there doing our jobs, as long as we don't do it to them.
No. And I'm saying that I don't like your job, though. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I don't like my job that much either, but it's a necessary part of life.
All right.
How else would you have a job where if you have to sometimes be on the cuff, and you have to have that mentality of being strong and stern, because you don't know if the guy that you're stopping has a gun and is going to blow your face off when you walk up to the door.
Exactly. So you shouldn't be stopping him, probably. That's the thing. Is you're walking up to the car. Here's the thing. You're pulling someone over. Now this is the big conversation, is like, I don't have the answers of how exactly law enforcement should go, because I agree I agree with a lot of principles of anarchy, in that it's it deals with self-ownership and taking responsibility for your own safety, and that whole conversation, which I'm sure you've probably had before, and the idea that people may or may not need the police to protect them or something, right?
Right. Just real quick, though, before you go on that whole big spiel, just think of it this way, just real quick in a nutshell. An officer is doing their job. An officer runs a license plate, check and see if it's either valid, whatever, finds out the owner of the vehicle and is the driver of the vehicle is revoked. Not only are they revoked, but they've had 4 DUIs already. Okay, now they're behind the wheel and they're drunk. Your family is driving next to this car. This car sideswipes your family, kills them.
Sounds like
okay.
Okay.
Now, police come. They arrest the guy because why? Well, he caused an accident and killed your family. So now you're going to take that person to court and sue them?
No.
Why not?
Wait, so who's is the whole family dead?
Your family is dead.
But I wasn't there, so I could sue the guy?
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know. I might be so distraught that I might not even think about it. I don't know. Why? I don't understand where you're going. I'm sorry.
Well, where I'm going with this is this. Law enforcement is law enforcement. The court system is court system. It upholds the law. If that officer doesn't arrest the person that killed your family, they just go off scot-free and they go off drinking again and they go get another 7, 8, 9, 12 years.
So you're describing what a complete lack of law enforcement would be?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what our anarchy is. Serve yourself, not others.
I don't know. Well,
he didn't care about your family. He just kept serving himself, kept driving, doing whatever he wanted to do because, fuck the po-po. I'm just going to go do what I want to do. Well, now where you at?
Yeah, no. And that's what I was saying before. I was saying, I agree with a lot of the arguments of anarchists. However, what I was saying was I go back and forth. It's to me, I don't really know how exactly law enforcement should go because, yeah, there's always a question. Somebody murders someone, say it's not even an accident, say it's a malicious act, do we want to live in the world where people just take their own revenge all the time? That might be pretty unpleasant too, I mean, I agree. But
what it is that there's a fine line, and you have good officers, you have bad officers, you have good people, you have bad people.
You got good bankers, you got bad bankers, you got good lawyers, you got bad lawyers.
I know, and you know what though? I know that argument. I would argue from a certain perspective, it's not possible to be a good cop because the job itself comes with certain requirements that are immoral. I just think there's a basic immorality in sort of like there's what I would call arbitrary code enforcement, like what I described with speeding and things like that. And a lot of the shit you probably don't like to do as a police officer because you know it's a lot of it's bullshit and it sucks and you don't like to do it, but you have to do a certain amount of it and whatever. That's the part that I would argue makes it next to impossible to be totally moral as a police officer. Do you know what I mean?
See, the problem with that, though, is you don't believe how many phone calls we get about speeding vehicles through town. So we're out there doing
right, because if someone's acting in an unsafe way, now we've entered a different conversation. But if I'm driving 10 miles an hour down my street on a clear day with no one around, 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, I should say, on a clear day with no one around, and a cop sits there and decides that now I owe the township $80, why? How does that make sense to you?
It's a residential name. Oh, my God.
I mean, if somebody that out there decided to write you the ticket, technically you're speeding. But I write this ticket for 10 over? Probably not.
No, I understand, but I'm just giving you back an example from the other perspective, from the other side of things, is that there's a lot of arbitrary code enforcement that and from my view,
But now, if we were to ignore you going 10 miles over the speed limit, next thing you know, we're going to have somebody calling up saying, you know what, that out there saw that guy speeding, he didn't do his job and pull him over and write him a ticket.
Right, and he'd be like a tattletale, right?
And there's thousands of them.
Yeah, so what? I mean, what do we kowtow to the tattletales for? Why do we adjust the way we live based on that kind of behavior? I mean,
because they pay everybody who works for the city's salary because they are taxpayers, because they are this, they are that.
Right. No, I understand. And again, there would be my problem with kind of the way that we have the whole system set up. Going back to the stuff about sort of petty code enforcement. I mean, you can't tell me that you feel good at night writing parking tickets, which you must do once in a while, right?
Yep, and don't especially feel good about it, no.
I mean, and you can't tell me that you like it when you show up to a situation that could probably be calmed down, but you have certain protocol and you got to take somebody to lock up for 36 hours or something. You know what I mean? All that kind of shit. There's a lot of stuff you don't enjoy, right?
So I do have discretion, so I pretty much decide who's going to jail and who's not.
Oh, I know. Well, isn't there... I've seen a lot of things with, like, you know, if there's any kind of domestic disturbance, somebody's got to be taken for the night or something.
No. It's physical impact, yeah. If you hit somebody that you're in a relationship with, be it husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, brother, sister, if you hit them, then you're pretty much going to jail.
All right, so anyways, whatever. That's a moot point, really. But, yeah, that's... what I'm getting at is the job itself comes with a lot of baggage that I would would you actually would you admit that some of the things you do as a police officer are immoral from a basic right and wrong standpoint?
Immoral? No.
No?
Nope.
See, that's my thing. I think, and now I appreciate you staying on it. These by the way, if anybody's listening, Ron Smiles and Lori Esposito, Lori Taylor Esposito, right? I'm sorry. And they're from Bump in the Night, Paranormal Investigations in Joliet. Earlier in the show, we were talking about police brutality, and I espoused some very anti-police views, not knowing that Ron is a police officer. Would you share what town you're a police officer in?
I can't say that.
No? Okay, that's fine. Is it in the western suburbs?
It's in the state area.
I just you know what, honestly, just to kind of know what kind of an area you're in, you know. So it's in a we'll just say it's in a suburb, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So anyways, I was spouting off and saying some horrible things about police, and then Ron came on, and I had to engage him in an intellectual discussion. If anyone's just joining us, so that's just to update people in case they didn't understand what the hell we were talking about. So anyways, you know, you're saying no, there's nothing that you do as a police officer that you would consider immoral?
No. Correct. I don't always like what I have to do as a police officer, but that's the job. But do I think it's immoral? No.
Well, so just because something's your job, that's not what you're saying makes it moral, right?
Right.
I mean, what I mean is, it is the fact that you're doing something because it's your job? Is that what validates it to you?
If I thought something was going to violate my values as a police officer, I probably wouldn't do it.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess maybe, you know.
Jeopardize your integrity.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
So he doesn't jeopardize his integrity.
Oh, I see. Okay. No, and I'm not saying that you would jeopardize your personal integrity in the way that you judge yourself. I guess I'm just saying, you know, the way that things are enforced. You know, do you know what happens to someone? Say that you how many marijuana arrests do you think you've made in your career?
A lot.
And I bet you've let a lot of people go too, right?
I've let a number go.
Yeah. Do you know what happens to someone after they're arrested for marijuana? I mean, there's a wide range of things that could happen, but
it depends on how much they have.
You are out there on the street making the real-time decision to send this person into a world of shit based on something that there was no victim. It's a crime that
I would disagree.
Well, okay, but let me just I'll give you the floor to disagree in 1 second.
Okay.
I can't in this day and age imagine how anyone could think that it's okay for marijuana to be illegal or it's right. You might disagree, you might not. I have no idea, but I just can't imagine it, and I can't imagine how anyone could justify arresting and putting someone into a penal system that only will turn them into a much worse criminal, you know, for these little tiny shitty crimes. I can't imagine how anyone could see that as a moral thing. And you go ahead.
Okay, so but everybody is aware at this point in time that marijuana is illegal, right?
Wrongfully so, yes.
Okay. But it is illegal at this time, and I'm not the one that puts the bag of marijuana in their pocket when they go out driving around in their car and I stop them.
That doesn't justify the fact that you're stopping them. That just gives you this, you know, a legal precedent, I guess. But that has nothing to do with morality.
Well, when you leave the house with your bag of pot in your pocket, you know that if you come in contact with the police and we find it, you're going to be in some trouble.
Maybe.
No, you know that you're probably going to get into some trouble.
Maybe. Honestly, a lot of cops will let you go nowadays, but yeah, maybe. Go ahead.
Depending on what you have. I mean, if you just got a little dime bag, you can maybe work something out. It's not like I said, it's not the worst crime in the world.
No, it's not. But here's the thing. The person with the bag of pot in their pocket hasn't committed any act of immorality by having it. They've broken a code. They've broken a penal code, yeah. But that has nothing. I mean, you're not so naive that you would actually think that our penal code and our legal system is directly in line with morality and what's right and wrong, are you?
Some yes, some no. But
well, exactly. So the answer is no. So you don't think it's all exactly moral?
I think we could do better.
Well, and one thing we could do better on is not making criminals out of people who use drugs. You know, I mean, obviously you don't deal with. Well, I don't know where you are. Actually, things are different in the suburbs now. I don't know if you deal with street gangs or any of the major gangs. You know, but what is your view on how gangs get their power and what drives gangs? Drugs, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. And if they were legal, then should I finish? Then the gangs would have no means of producing money, or there would be no purpose for the gang, really. You know, you might go back to having like street cliques to protect each other and shit, but like, you know, do you understand what I mean? And you've heard this argument 1,000 times, I'm sure.
This is an argument. You're looking at just one side of that. Where do you think that they're going to get their money from next? What do you think that they need to survive? Money. So then what? Is it going to come to stealing, looting, like what's going on now? Killing people for their purse? Killing people for their wallet? I mean...
Well, who commits crimes like that though? I mean, is it people? Is it
for money?
For drugs?
Need for money. Period.
For drugs though, like isn't it like 85% of people in prison are in prison because of a crime they committed either because they were on or to get drugs?
Possibly.
Well, the point is, it's the illegality of drugs that drives the prices up as high as they are. It's the illegality of drugs that creates the counterculture that draws kids into it and that they find attractive. And you know, it's the same thing as the old cowboy myth and the loner.
What do you think the law started in the first place? You're saying make all the drugs legal, so therefore the gangs they'll just dispense and they're going to be street cliques. What do you think started the law in the first place? Let's make it illegal to have drugs, so therefore there won't be any more.
Right.
There won't be any of this.
I know. And that it's been 75 whatever, how many years since 1938 since most of the drugs were made illegal, and I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure there's no illegal drugs left anywhere in the world, right?
What do you mean?
Well, what I mean is it doesn't work. Prohibition doesn't work. You know, it just moves the market into a different area. And by the way, government is always taking advantage of the fact that drugs are illegal too. You know, I mean, you've got the internet. You can look this stuff up. Look, how many times has a military plane been stopped by another government agency and they found cocaine being transported, or the CIA? You know, I mean, it's been. I just don't want to go down the list, but you've got the internet. Yeah, you can look this up. You know about this, don't you?
Well, there's discrepancies in everything.
Police departments all over the country dealing drugs for. I mean, it's not even worth. It's just, you know this stuff. Come on, you know this stuff. It's just, it's not working. Drug prohibition is not working, and it's only causing more trouble. You're treating people who have a lot of people. Let's say somebody's a heroin or a habitual cocaine user who's doing coke every day, and they've got a sickness and they've got a problem. Putting them through the legal system and the penal system is not going to help them. It's going to hurt them. And we all know this. If you're a reasonable adult, you look at the situation, I mean, there's no rehabilitation process in our prisons, There's probably a few success stories, but the overwhelming number of people are not being rehabilitated. This shit is not working. And I mean, you're approaching a problem that's probably should be dealt with compassion, with like authoritarian force and violence. That's the problem.
Okay, so what's the better way?
To legalize whatever people choose to consume on their own, that's the better way. And I think...
Well, if they don't have money buying it, then they're going to rob, cheat, lie, steal.
Yeah, but without the artificial inflation going on, because these things are cornered by opportunists in a black market, without the prices being driven up like that, they will be, it might be scary, and it might be, better for our problem with addicts, because nobody likes, I'm not saying, I don't want people to do heroin, but I think it should be legal. Because I think that if we want to approach the problem as a society and put funds and energy and time towards it as a collective, we could do a lot better job than putting people in jails where they can still get drugs and enter into a criminal culture that's probably worse from than the one they came from. I think
but you're going to have the good and bad with every single thing that you discussed.
Sorry?
All our viewpoint was with your perception of all police officers being dogs, and that's what we wanted to discuss. Like, first of all, with just to rebut on that, not all police officers are dogs. Maybe the ones that you've dealt with, but then obviously you're in wrong neighborhoods or something. I have no idea.
No. And what I said was you get better results if you treat them like dogs. I didn't say that they literally are dogs. But you know what? As I explained, I'm trying to be entertaining and comedic, and I'm using a bit of hyperbole and just, So I do apologize if that offended you personally. However, there's some truth in what I said, being that they tend to operate in an animalistic mind state, and it kind of helps to deal with them that way when they act like that. Now, Ron might be different. If I ran into Ron, I don't know. Not every cop is a raving lunatic. Not every cop is incapable. I don't know.
That's all we're trying to say.
No, I understand that. I have a problem with as I've said, with the system that allows the bad cops to thrive. And you might too. I mean, for all I know, you might want to say more than you're saying right now, and you might have seen things and done things and whatever. I think that what I would urge you to think about is
the department I work for. I mean, we're all a bunch of pretty good guys, and we haven't had any problems like that.
You don't have problems with like corruption and stuff like that?
Nope, not at all.
No. I'm from a town called Willow Springs. You ever heard of that?
Huh?
Willow Springs, yeah?
Huh? Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, they have a pretty historic police department in terms of corruption and things like that. So it does happen in the suburbs, you know. You don't know. But anyways, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna, since we've, earlier I was being entertaining and I was being emotional, but since we've entered the intellectual arena, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I don't understand that cops are people and nuanced and can be, can be good and whatever in their own personal lives. And yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to make that statement. I'm just, you know what it is? I'm angry. I'm angry at the things I see. I'm angry at the way I've been treated overall. And I have been treated in the vast majority of times I've dealt with cops. I've dealt with nice cops. You know what? There was a couple guys, we were 17, we'd go out, party, be smoking weed, be hanging out, whatever. They'd pull up, they'd say, hey, go the fuck home. What the fuck are you doing? And, they didn't get us in trouble, and whatever. There's all. I've had the range of experiences, but I really can with confidence say the majority of times that police show up to a situation where there's some kind of doings occurring, they don't tend to de-escalate things, and a lot of the times I've been pulled over, they don't act reasonably. That's all. And a lot of videos I see. And you know what? People don't make and upload videos of positive experiences they have with cops because no one would watch it, and there's no one's
exactly right.
But that's the thing is even if it was only 1% of the time that this stuff is going on, it still needs to be brought into the light because it's nobody should be officially oppressed. Nobody should be bullied or treated badly in really any way. I
100% agree with that, but I'd also bring to light that it's only 1% of the time, which is too much. But 99% of the other officers out there doing their jobs and doing it very well.
Yeah, and again, I think just since we seem to be kind of wrapping things up, I would still leave my point out there that it's the job that you guys are asked to do and forced to do and in whatever way rewarded to do that is really, there's a lot of things to me about it that just aren't moral, I guess.
All right, well, enough nonsense. Let's talk about some ghosts.
Fuck yeah. Well, thanks for the polite discourse on that topic. Let's talk ghosts. So you are a police officer who runs a paranormal investigation group.
Yes, I am.
And that's pretty cool. You're out in Joliet. Do you live in Joliet?
I do.
Cool. I like Joliet a lot. I used to go to the casino. Now I go to Hammond to play poker. But I really enjoy the downtown area, the historic area. The museum is really cool. A lot of the old houses. Have you been there a long time?
I just wish there was more of it.
They've torn a lot of shit down, huh?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, no, and I've worked at some of the really cool old banquet rooms around there, doing sound and stuff. And it's a really cool area. For those of you who don't know, stop by. People don't look around their own backyards a lot of the time. If you're within 20 minutes like we are, go over to Joliet on a Saturday. Go to that rib place right by the, Chicago barbecue or something, right by the casino. Awesome ribs. The museum, just tons of history and local baseball and music and all kinds of shit going on. But let's talk about the group. How long have you guys been around?
Probably about 8 or 9 years.
And it's called Bump in the Night Paranormal Investigations. Do you guys have an office or anything?
So we just pretty much work out of the house.
Just work out of the house. So that you can go to their website at bumpinthenightparanormal.com. I'm gonna throw that up on our Facebook page if you guys want to check that out. And to get into talking to you, I was going to bring up a couple of the recent things in the news about some paranormal activity. I sent them to you earlier. I hope you had a chance to look at it. I'm sorry it was kind of late.
No, we took a look at them.
So the first one, we got a British kid photographs a Scottish soldier's ghost during a cemetery visit. Did you check that picture out?
Sure.
So what do you think of that?
It's definitely pretty interesting.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm having a trouble in here. If somebody in the control room, if Tracy's still there, I don't know. Is she here?
Yes.
Could you ask her to get this stuff on the Facebook page? The 2 photographs we're talking about. British boy photographs Scottish soldiers, ghost, and another Brit claims to photograph a ghost at Alcatraz. All right, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Tracy!
We're talking about the...
Tracy!
Okay, thanks. We're talking about the Scottish soldier photographed by this British kid. Go ahead.
It's an interesting picture, but the first problem we have with it is that it was taken with the iPhone.
Okay.
And the reason we have a problem with the iPhones is that they're easy to manipulate them and Photoshop the pictures.
With apps.
So there's, obviously probably a ton of apps to just add a ghost, huh?
Right.
There is an app called Add a Ghost.
Yeah, I'm sure. Do you know what? Yeah, of course there is, yeah. Yeah, so anything else that you noticed?
Oh.
Also, that same picture, if you look at the quote-unquote ghost, that there's no definition to it. It's just shaded. And not only that, but if you look at the headstone or the crosses that it's standing at, the one that's supposed to be behind it, it's shading it.
I'm sorry, it's what?
It's shading it. So you can tell it's an app that was placed because the cross that's supposed to be in front of it is actually behind it. You have to zoom in on it. You'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking at it right now.
Look at the cross that it's right it's the right side of the leg.
Okay, so by the way, this just went up on our Facebook page if anybody's playing along at home. All right, so we are zooming in. Let's see here. Okay, I'm zoomed in. And what exactly are we looking for here?
Look at the crosses.
Yes, the crosses.
And look at its leg on the right.
Okay.
See how the left part of the cross is whited out because it's supposedly standing in front of it?
The left part of the cross is whited out. That she's standing in front of? Yeah.
Look at its leg. See how the leg kind of...
Oh, so yeah. I see what you're saying because then like it's kind of the kind of white out effect goes all the way to the middle beam kind of.
Right. I mean, it's placed. There's no definition. All it is just something that was made smaller and placed in the back. It doesn't make sense.
Huh. Okay.
Not only that, but do you see the sun rays coming to the right of the camera lens? How you have the streaks of light on the right?
Let's see. Yes, I do.
3 or 4. Okay. So with streaks of light like that, all that would be there's no way that could be white like that. There's just no way. And not only that, but also you can't base anything on any type of Droid or iPhone or anything like that because there are no negatives.
Okay.
You have to be able to do a negative.
So you would need actual film for that to be a natural effect, you're saying?
That's the best stuff to take pictures with is regular 35mm film.
Uh-huh.
Just because you do have the negative strip that comes with it.
It's viable evidence.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that those light streaks are also added in?
No, those light streaks are natural.
Oh, they are.
So what I'm saying is if you look at the light streaks, how they're, one's dark, one's light, another one's like kind of half and half.
Uh-huh.
And then you look at the shadow, the quote-unquote ghost, it just does not make sense.
All right. I'm not sure if I'm following the connection between the light streaks and the ghost, but
the apparition doesn't show itself, but not over time or years or before we even formulated this group has an apparition ever formulated itself like that. If you go on our site, you'll see an actual apparition where you can see it starting to form.
So you don't see like basically a faded out person standing there like this one is.
No.
And you've never seen apparition photographs like that turned out to be valid?
Like if you go on our website.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up right now. I saw a couple of really cool ones actually on your website. There was sorry. Do you want to direct people somewhere on your website? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, did you want to direct people somewhere on your website or?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Let's see.
Salt of the Night, paranormal.com.
Yeah. We're there. And so anyways, you're saying that this apparition is bullshit.
Absolutely, because we even have bullshit ones on our website just so people can see the difference.
Okay. So let's move on to the other one then. We had one at Alcatraz. It's another one. I think she took it on her phone, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's another iPhone picture. What'd you think of that one?
Basically, we're questioning that one also. Just because you're taking a picture through a glass window, and you're going to get reflection from it.
Okay. I'm going to post that to our Facebook page too right now. This is British tourists claim to photograph a ghost on Alcatraz. So again, explain what's wrong with this?
She says in the article that she took the picture through a window.
Mm-hmm.
And the flash from the camera phone is going to make a flashback reflection. And you can kind of see from the way that the image is standing, it looks like its arm is extended.
And coming through the glass.
So, is it possible they just didn't have a flash on? Or?
It's possible, but we're thinking that most likely what she got is her reflection.
All right.
I think that
it does kind of have this, creepy kind of old-fashioned hairdo sort of look to it, but
So that's the other thing is we don't have a picture of her to see what she looks like.
Yeah.
So we can roll that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a creepy. It's a pretty creepy picture either way. I don't know. No doubt there's probably some kind of paranormal activity that is legitimate on Alcatraz, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So there we go. Just a little brief analysis of that stuff. This one was from, Alcatraz on June 18th. Anyways, let's talk about what you guys do. I noticed on your website, which for some reason it keeps taking me to a login, and I can't seem to just go to your photo gallery.
Because you have to log in
with
an email and put a password in order to go on the site.
Oh, you know what? I did that already, and then I just didn't log in before we did this. So, yeah, I guess you just go and you just make a quick... So, basically, to log in... And
We're running with the shadows
on. Is that the audio on your site?
Yep.
All right, so I just pulled it up. Bump in the Night Paranormal Investigations. We are a full-service paranormal investigation team. We first formed this group to seek the paranormal as a hobby, but grew in numbers and became more educated in the paranormal realm. We felt that we had more to offer. All right, you can fade that out. That was... All right, so anyways...
Photos?
So we got a pretty legit investigation group. I saw your photo gallery has a picture. If you guys want to go to this website, just make a login really quick. If you're local and you're interested in the paranormal stuff around here, it's a pretty cool website. Make your login real quick. Join the group. I want to look. Oh, so here it is. The picture of, I think this is the Rialto Theater with a black apparition, right?
Right.
You want to tell me the circumstances behind this picture, and will I be able to just post this picture to our Facebook? Let me try. But go ahead, and I'll just tell anybody that's listening. Rialto Theater is a real old theater in Joliet. A lot of famous people perform there throughout the early ages of back to the late 1800s, right?
1909.
Oh, 1909. Okay, I knew it was pretty old.
It's really old.
And then I guess real famous acts all the way up through Bob Hope used to play there. Things like that.
all through the years, it's been rumored to have paranormal activity in it. The picture that you're looking at was taken by two of our team members, Ray and Betsy.
Ray and Betsy. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
And they weren't on an investigation at the time. The Rialto does day tours through their auditorium and theater and stuff like that for whoever's interested. And they just happened to go on the tour, and they were taking pictures of the theater area and taking pictures of the seating going back towards the back of the theater, and that's what they happened to catch.
Yeah, so this is a pretty cool photograph of basically just a really dark shadow. It almost looks like it's a black apparition, sort of cloaked figure kind of thing. You ever seen anything like this before? You get pictures like this, or is this pretty exciting to you guys?
It was pretty exciting to us.
Yeah. This is the only one that we validated everything. It's not slow shutter speed because, as you can see, the two ushers that are standing at the doorway are they're there. They're in perfect stance. Everything else is it was just a fluke, just an absolute fluke to take a photo.
Yeah, really everything is really well defined, and there isn't any kind of anything that stands out to me as suspicious about shutter speed or anything like that. What I'm trying to think. Even it's such a dark blotch and kind of shadow. It's hard to imagine, and it seems to go behind. It seems to have depth in the picture. It seems to go behind the theater seats and then in front of the other ones.
So what stands out too is that you can see the ushers standing against the wall, and you can see them pretty clearly.
Yes. Yeah.
So if there was an actual person that was sitting in the seats there, you'd be able to see them just as clearly, you would assume. If it was a real life human person.
Yeah, and it definitely doesn't look like someone threw a black cloak on or something. It's very something else. It doesn't look like it's not quite a form, but it's not quite formless. It's like it's a very strange photo. Yeah.
You get a manifestation type of situation. It's where it's either dissipating or it's formulating. Don't know.
So, in your paranormal investigations, have you come across people that report sightings of very dark, shadowy apparitions?
Absolutely.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, that's something that's pretty common, and actually one of the only things that I've ever witnessed that I might call paranormal is a moving shadow figure. Where
was that
at? In New Orleans. In a very old bar that I was sitting in, and
that would definitely do it.
Yeah, it was a real old place, been around a couple 100 years or something, and I was sitting there by myself waiting for my couple friends of mine that own the place, and they were in the office. I was just sitting there, and it was strange. I noted that there was like a tension that filled the room and kind of swelled to the point that I got real nervous. Then I witnessed this apparition that like dissipated as quick as I saw it. It sort of just dissipated into the other shadows, and all the tension kind of went back out of the room, and everything was normal again. But I could tell it in more detail. But just to kind of sum it up, that was what happened. But yeah, no, I know that the black shadowy apparition usually is not a good thing to find in a paranormal investigation, right?
Are you talking like a shadow person?
Yeah, well, I've read a lot of stories and seen a lot of things where that seems to represent some kind of really dark negative energy that's attempting to influence the people there or something.
Not all the time. It's the way that it's perceived, and it's the way that things are. I mean, everybody thinks that just because something is the color black, they automatically think it's something from the dark.
I guess that is kind of what I just did, yeah. Yeah.
So what it is everything has its way of manifesting in its own way, shape, or form, or the way that your mind will matrix it or whatever. The only way that our minds know how to matrix things are trying to do depth perception. So what's depth, black and white? So everybody thinks that if it's something white, it's good. If it's something black, it's bad. It's not.
So it could be just the way your mind is interpreting it. And,
Correct.
And you think something unknown is terrifying and dark and evil. And, yeah.
Right. It's in the eyes of the beholder. But the thing is, that's when you have a teen that has a sensitive that can read like an empath, where you can think, feel, see, smell, things like that, of if there's energies there and what type of energies. But there's so many different realms and there's so many beliefs. Because number one, there are no paranormal experts out there. If anybody says that they're a paranormal expert, they're an idiot. I don't know who. All you can do is go by your own sense, your own feelings, your own beliefs, what you've dealt with networking with others, what you've learned with dealing with community and public. There are no experts. There's only people out there that are seeking the education and seeking everything. It's a life experience. It's not a textbook experience.
No, it's not an exact science where there's some kind of linear progression to be made. Yeah.
Unfortunately, with all the Hollywood movies and stuff like that, everybody likes, when they think of ghosts, they like to think of the exorcism and all the other ghosts where all the ghosts are bad and they're out to get them.
Right.
Yeah. And what we've come to find out is that when people think they have paranormal activity in their house and they're scared, most often than not, it's a relative who's passed away, who's stopping by to check in on them. It's not necessarily something bad.
Cops and ghosts. Only the kind of negative shit is what makes it to the big screen.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I would agree that I've actually had a couple weird experiences. Sorry about that. A couple weird experiences where I interpreted something as benign that a roommate of mine was kind of driven a little crazy by. And I actually had a roommate move out of a house that we were living in because he was being tormented. Well, he had no money, but he was also being tormented by what he described as like a dark entity that was kind of harassing him at night, and I would have weird experiences in the house that I was more interested in than anything else. And I think we're kind of dealing with the same sort of energy. And where we live, if you've done ghost hunting in this area, you probably know of the area I'm in. It's like Archer Avenue near Resurrection Cemetery, and
Willow Spring has got a lot of history to it too.
Yeah, exactly. Don't get me started. We'll be on for another 2 hours, but because I'm kind of a local history nerd, but yeah, no, anyways, I've whatever. Go on with what you're saying. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say that's me too. The history nerd, history freak, absolutely. You want to know everything that's going on, search of things. That's what we're doing. We're more of a scientific, we're more of a intellectual group. We're not the ones that go in and say, hey, oh yeah, you got ghosts here, see you later, or whatever. If there's actual viable evidence that we obtain, we go from start to finish.
Do you guys have you compiled any kind of evidence that you're real proud of that you think is very compelling or anything like that?
Absolutely.
Would you maybe want to play anything on the air? Could I get something off the website or?
Well, the EMS we have from a certain place, those are pretty good, but I don't know if we're going to be able to play them.
You know what? Maybe we can. I'll stay in contact with you after the show. We'll try to get stuff up on our Facebook page. If maybe you can send me EVPs or something, we could check out.
Definitely, we can do that.
Yeah. So, what typically happens? So your paranormal investigations. I think what I imagine is that somebody's being terrorized by poltergeists and they can't stand it anymore, and they call you or something. But it's probably usually more boring than that, huh?
It's pretty much the way it goes. We have a process that we follow. We'll get a phone call, and somebody say, hey, we got some weird shit going on at the house. The cabinets are slamming. We got plates getting tossed around. We're seeing shadows out of the corner of our eyes. Our pets are getting freaked out. Our 2-year-old daughter is seeing stuff in the closet.
All right, so walk us through what you guys typically do. Somebody's scared. Somebody's got some weird shit going on in their house, and what's your first step?
So then once we get the phone call asking for help, me and another team member will go out to the person's house and we do an interview and we have a questionnaire that we fill out, and it pretty much just goes over what they're experiencing, what kind of activity they're experiencing, what kind of things going on in the house, how long it's been going on. And it's probably about 40, 45 questions. It takes about an hour and a half to do. And just fill this in, gets us caught up to speed on everything that's going on at their house that they feel is paranormal.
Okay. And then, so do you guys actually offer, do you offer to try to alleviate these problems in some way?
What we'll do first is after our interview, then we'll generally go into a library and we'll try and look up the history of the site, if we can find anything, which is kind of hard to do.
Sure, I've done the same thing, and it is. You
Right,
can
so
you
you
can
don't-
figure it out if you're diligent, but it's hard, yeah.
There's not a whole lot of information on most of the places.
Yeah.
And then Lori was on the team. She's our sensitive.
So I'm sorry. Say that again. Lori's what?
She's our sensitive.
Oh, meaning sort of like a medium, yeah.
Oh.
Is that right?
It's, in your terms, it probably would be, but it's a lot different. Not psychic, not anything like that. It's just sensitive, like empath, where you can see, hear, you can I can feel, you can, literally taste things. It's different.
Okay. No, I understand. So you're more susceptible to paranormal experiences?
No, I'm just more susceptible to ascertaining that there's energy.
She can pick up on spirit activity in a site.
Okay. But not in the way of like some of these kind of like TV hacks that walk around and I'm getting in the name Sam. It's like, not that kind of shit, right?
Well, pretty much. I can tell you, we would. Well, I can tell you I can tell you names. I could tell you clothing. I could tell you everything.
But you can really do this because the stuff on TV tends to be so hacky. It's like it never adds up.
They're a bunch of clicks. No, we're not for the TV rating. We're for viability. We want actual evidence.
So you've had actual cases where you walk through. Sorry to interrupt you, but just so you've had actual cases where you walk through and you go, here, that's I'm feeling like it's this guy and he has this thing going on, and you turn out to be right.
No, it's not that I feel. I said I see this guy. Here's what he's wearing. Here's what he did. Here's what his name is. Here's how old he was. In fact, here's what he had in his wallet. And that's a matter of fact.
It really is cool. I mean, she's really done an awesome job with it because she'll talk to people that we've never met before, and
do a third-party contact, and
she can tell them. She can describe houses that she's never seen before and be right on the money.
Now that's if you're not bullshitting me, that's really cool. I would love to witness something like that.
You know what, Bernie? The only way to handle this is you're going to have to come out with it sometime.
I would love to. And you know what would be cool is if we came out with you guys and did some kind of live recording with you guys doing an investigation. Would be awesome.
That's something we could definitely set up.
That'd be great. So let me ask you this, and not to be an asshole, but just be honest. Has there ever been a time where you just totally missed, where you came up with some thing that you saw and it was, you had the whole picture and it was completely off?
No. What it was is that a place that they did an interview at, we did an initial investigation, and the woman kept calling, saying it's happening again. Later found out that she was absolute 1096. She was...
That means crazy.
Crazy, sorry.
Is that a police code?
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
I thought that was crashing, or is that 1080 or something?
1050 is a crash.
1050. He 1050'd.
Yeah, total accident. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah, the only thing that we ever had that went wrong for Century, because I could not pick up on.
And because she was just telling you things that weren't true, basically.
Right.
Okay.
So, as long as people are honest and being truthful with us, we'll get pretty good results.
So this sounds very interesting. I mean, a lot of people claim to be able to do it.
And it's something you have to see to believe.
So what is your thought? Have you ever seen? Do you know who James Randi is?
The guy from The Collector?
No, he's a guy, he's a magician, and his whole thing is,
Yeah, he's got white hair and glasses. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, he's the one who debunks everybody's magic trick.
Well, and he's got the psychic challenge, where if you can prove psychic ability in any way whatsoever that's metaphysical, in some kind of predetermined conditions, he'll give you $1 million. I think it's $1 million.
Not psychic.
But no, so I was just so you wouldn't put yourself in that realm where it's like a demonstrable kind of thing that you can just.
Nope. No dollars are worth integrity, loyalty, and all good for the cause. Nope.
No, but if say some, well, I'm just to get a grasp on how confident you are and how kind of consistent this stuff is for you. Say this totally, I'm not gonna be able to make this happen, but say I called you up and said, here, I got it set up with James Randi. There's this place down the road that's been haunted for years. Everybody's scared of it, this and that. They say if you can go in there and give us some insight into the history without having any prior knowledge or something like that, do you think you would take the challenge in some kind of situation like that? Do you think you'd be able to pull it off?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, that's pretty cool. We got to check that out sometime. Do you guys want to tell us about any of your investigations that stick out as particularly crazy or exciting, or anything that maybe you've got video from that people can check out or anything like that?
Unfortunately, a lot of our investigations are confidential and can only be seen, viewed, talked about with other group members that were involved with the investigation, because we even have waivers signed. What can and cannot be released, and stuff like that.
Sure.
Like a lot of the locations where we've been are quite confidential, that they cannot be released or divulged where we were. But I will tell you that at a high school we did an investigation, and it's one of our most explicit EVPs, Total Class 3, where I was in a locker room, and there was a huge group investigation, and 2 incidents have happened. Number one, I felt something literally talk in my ear. Now, this is years ago. This is before that I was in tune with the abilities that I have.
Sure.
I heard something basically touch my ear or blow over my ear, or if you wipe your hand over your ear, you hear that like muffled sound.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I heard. I actually got scared. Now, mind you, this was like the first year that we were doing it.
Uh-huh.
Got scared, and I went searching for the remainder of the group. When I found them, we played it back, what I was asking, and you hear me disclosing that, that's the pipes banging, the boiler heating up, the showers are cracking, or, attesting for every sound that possibly would have been picked up. To the next point, you hear something ask me, not once, twice, but 3 times, why are you here, in a very dark voice. Very dark, deep, slow.
In a whispery kind of voice.
So it's not the kind of one that you got to clean up for an hour. You were able to hear it clearly.
No, it was actual, as if someone was sitting next to you.
And that's what we'll be able to send to you, that you can put up on your Facebook.
That's great. And so he says, why are you here?
Oh, yeah, and not only that, but when we played it, we only heard it once. When we played it for others to hear it and see what they had to say about it, that's when we found out that it said it 3 times. Yeah.
It was really pretty tough.
And another really cool thing is we went to Springfield to meet up with friends and do investigations, and he's a tour guide down in Springfield. And as we were in front of a home that was once a funeral home and then changed into a bar and eatery now, I went to a library, and they had a bunch of books, and I said, outside, before we even went in, I said, Henry Henderson, mark that on the EVP. So I told Ronnie, mark it on the EVP, so we did. Henry Henderson, excuse me. Go in, I see a book, I pull the book off the shelf, I open it up, the name in it is Henry Henderson.
Wow. Yeah, and that's got to be pretty exhilarating when you're
right. It's better. So then we go to Decatur and we go to the
Greenwood Cemetery.
Greenwood Cemetery, And they're open at the time, but now that it's getting dark, Ronnie decides that before the team starts continuing investigating in there, he goes and talks to the lady who's the caretaker's wife. And she said, oh, yeah, just go ahead, go investigate, whatever. And then she goes, I'll let my husband know when he gets back here, so if the gates are shut, we'll open them up for you. Well, when we go, we're talking to the guy. He finds us, takes us for an incredible tour, and by around, I don't know, midnight, we come back to the office. And I told him, I said, well, you know, I was telling him about the Henry Henderson, and next thing you know, who is this? His great-grandfather, who also was the caretaker of the cemetery.
Wow, what a tie-in.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And that's to you, that's got to be one of those moments in your line of work that just has to be really fulfilling and fun, huh?
Yeah, that was the early beginnings of my site. That was when I started getting hooked, and I started networking with others, and was supposed to Paranormal Conference in Lexington, Kentucky, every September, and this year it's September 12th, 13th, and 14th.
So where at September 13th and 14th?
They call it Scarefest.
Scarefest?
But it's actually Scarefest in Lexington, Kentucky.
I love Lexington. Me and my girlfriend a couple years ago stopped at a 1700s kind of recreation little it's like a, I don't know, just an old homestead kind of thing with a bunch of different houses and buildings and people in period costume and stuff. It's pretty cool.
It's a great city.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love it.
We were just down through that area a few weeks ago. I love that whole area of the country through Tennessee and Kentucky and into North Carolina and all that. Yeah, it's very nice. And a lot of good ghost stories.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So did you guys get into this line of work? Because, it's funny, you get into conversations, almost everyone you talk to has their ghost story,
And like you said, it's funny because when you first go and talk to people about it, they kind of laugh at you and they're like, yeah, right, whatever.
That's the thing that's funny is because then once you open up, everyone has their story. So it's weird that it's got like a kind of loony sort of stigma to it, isn't it?
Right, because, as soon as we sit there and tell them we're serious, then they're like, I lived in a house once, or I've worked at a place once, or, like you said, everybody's got their story.
Everybody. It's very, you run into the occasional asshole that just goes, nope, no, nothing. But most of the time, everybody's got their story, or at least, hey, my cousins had to move out of their house because of this shit or something. Everyone's got something. So it's funny, I imagine you guys probably had experiences of your own that kind of got you into this, like Lori was just saying about that. Did you guys have experiences as kids very much, or?
Oh yeah, my sister and I used to seek all of the ghosts, and we used to go to Wisconsin every year, and we would actually read through ghost books, find locations, and go and visit them.
Yeah, I used to do the same thing. Yeah.
And I grew up in a small farm town, and really, really, really old farmhouse, and we had different experiences there all the time.
Where'd you grow up, if you don't mind?
In Elwood.
What's it called?
Elwood.
Bellwood.
Right.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
It's south of Joliet.
Yeah. Okay.
60 way.
So yeah, it's funny. That whole point is very strange about how it's generally something people just laugh off, and then at the same time, 5 minutes later,
they're telling you their story.
2 or 3 beers later, whatever it might be, then they're telling their story. Yeah. It's to me an area of life that's why it's worth looking into, is because it's so strange how most people kind of deflect away from it, Yeah, really cool to talk to you. I want to mention a couple other things before you guys go. There's a picture on the website, and once again, we're at bumpinthenightparanormal.com, and it's going to seem annoying for a second. Just make your stupid login and log in, because then you can be a member of the site and stay in contact and you know, with Ron and Lori and everything that's going on. There's a picture that you'll be able to see when you log in the photo gallery of an orb, and I kind of thought it was interesting because it's called Dog and Orbs, and the picture looks like the dog can see the orb, and he's standing up on the table and looking up at it. Did you guys have the same impression of that picture?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen this before. That's something you guys run into a lot with animals having this kind of sense for the paranormal that people don't.
Yes. Yeah, animals are, for some reason, they're a lot more attuned to spirit activity, and they can pick up on it a lot quicker than we can, and they'll react to it a lot quicker.
Do you think there was a time in the history of humans that before we had maybe so much distraction that we were able to do the same thing?
Absolutely. That's why when we go to these people's houses and they talk about their children from age 2 to 10 being afraid of things in the closet, we'll pay more attention to the kids because in that age group, the children haven't been taught not to believe in ghosts.
They have no bias.
Exactly. You know, and it's funny how many kids have their stories and they're told, you know what, that was a dream, you imagined that, that's this and that, whatever. And you know, people really underestimate the power of just suggestion, you know, and especially from someone like a parent or an authority figure or something like that. It's really, to a young mind, I mean, that's incredibly powerful in the way that is shaped and able to perceive these things in the future.
Especially like at the middle of the night, your kid comes into the bedroom and wakes up and say, I saw something by my closet door. You get mad at them and tell them you didn't see nothing, go back to bed.
Yeah, shut up, I'm sleeping. Yeah.
Right.
Another place you can also see photos on is if you go to BITN Paranormal Team on Facebook.
DITN Paranormal Team on Facebook. Here, let me pull that up. Sorry. DITN.
Yes, and then BITN Paranormal Team.
Okay.
So you can see past investigations we've done, to see, you know, rebuttals about investigations that we've went through. You can see the bogus picture that I was telling you about where you can Photoshop a ghost.
It's called Ghosts in the Closet.
Ghosts in the Closet.
Oh, this is an app that people can use?
Well, no, it's actually, that's how I was telling you about the Scottish ghost that was in the cemetery.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about one of the iPhone apps that people could just drop a ghost in. But you're talking...
It's a ghost app, and that's what I think it is, Add a Ghost app.
Okay.
But if you scroll down on BITN Paranormal Team on Facebook...
Hang on, I'm not finding that.
BITN.
Yeah, is it... let's see. You know what? If you guys are around a computer, maybe you could post that link to our Facebook page, the Sunday Evening Overdose Facebook.
All right.
I'm not, for some reason, finding that in the search box. But anyways, go on. I'm sorry.
But you can see what I was telling you about, how you'll see the ghost in the closet where the two dogs are on the bed. It's even on the website as well. But you can see what I'm talking about, where they would Photoshop a ghost image. It swims in the closet. Then you'll understand why I say that other one is focused.
Sure. So, yeah. So you're saying that we go to the DITN Paranormal Facebook page, and we can see examples of fakes and real paranormal photographs, yeah?
Absolutely.
Cool. Let's see. What else? You know what? A question I wanted to ask you earlier. Are there any... This is such a cheesy question. Are there any movies that deal with paranormal that you guys feel are pretty accurate and kind of realistic in the way they do it?
Oh.
The only most realistic one was The Haunting of or was it the Emily Rose?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I like that one.
The other ones I can't even really think of.
I just thought, if you did have an example of what you thought was like a real portrayal, it would be cool for people.
The Exorcist of Emily Rose would probably be the most on-spot type of movie because it deals with everything. I don't know of any other movie like how they say that a haunting in Connecticut was based on a true story. Okay, yeah, it's based on a true story, but wow, it was really Hollywooded up. So,
Sure. Yeah.
you ever really read the entrails to that? Then, yes, absolutely. That you need to read all of the vital statistics for that report, not just watch the movie. It would actually knock your socks off to know what happened.
So which case are we talking about?
We're talking about the haunting in Connecticut. How what I'm saying is that the movie is based upon a family that moves into an old funeral home because they have to seek cancer treatment for their kid. Well, the movie, it's all Hollywooded up, how bodies are coming out of the wall, they all find the light and all that stuff. Well, actually, there's a lot more entailed to show viable proof of possession, where there was incest, there was a lot of other things that had transpired. So with the movie A Haunting in Connecticut, I'd say only maybe 1/100th of it was true. The rest was Hollywood.
That sounds interesting. I didn't know about that. So how can we find out about that?
You can look it up. A Haunting in Connecticut, true report.
So let's Google that. A Haunting in Connecticut, true report. I'm going to do that and post something on our Facebook page.
Another one that would be kind of close. No, not really. I was going to talk about I don't know. Can't even remember.
The Warrens.
The Warrens, yeah, Edward and Warren. You should read some of theirs too, because The Exorcist, that was an actual true story, but it actually happened in Illinois, didn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
I've heard
and
that
they actually
before,
tore down the hospital and it was a little boy, not a little girl, that was possessed. And they actually tore the hospital down where they did the exorcism.
Yeah, Illinois has a lot of these creepy old mental asylums from back in the days where they used to just, people used to just disappear and be experimented on. I just heard about one out in Manteno.
Right. It's been there forever.
Yeah, and I thought it was torn down, and I just heard the other day that it's still there. I would really like to go check it out. Have you guys been there?
I haven't been there, but I just heard from some other people that what they're actually doing with the Manteno mental facility is that they're going to start making apartment complexes out of it on the site.
Yeah, wow, okay.
So that should be kind of interesting.
Getting into that, last thing I want to talk to you guys about, and then we're about out of time. But if I didn't mention Bachelor's Grove in a conversation about the paranormal, Chicago subject, I'd be remiss. You guys been there?
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
I've probably been there about 500 times or something like that. That was in high school, became one of our main hangouts, really, between me and maybe 4 or 5 other people. We went there all the time and would just, you got to kind of sneak around to get in there at night. To any listeners, just fair warning, it is against the law to go in at night, so, be quiet.
Yeah, we'll arrest you for trespassing.
Oh, yeah, you know what? They'll probably just tell you to leave, honestly, but it's not, you don't want to get caught. If you're gonna go there at night, park like 8 or 10 blocks away. In the neighborhood way over there and go in because it's cool. Don't fucking destroy anything. Don't mess anything up. That's what pisses me off about that place. This is a historic cemetery that goes back to the 1700s for people that don't know. A lot of people, they think there's kind of bodies stacked on bodies in there. There's not sure really who's in there. There's a lot of gravestones left. Many of them are unreadable and kind of lost to time. But there's been so much vandalization there, it's just sickening.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, when I was a kid, we would drive down there and routinely find graves dug up, headstones kicked over, graffiti, shit like that, which is just like, yeah, as anyone who's kind of in tune with the paranormal knows, is just kind of disgusting.
Right.
you know, some things I do kind of like is the tradition. There's an infant daughter grave down towards the lagoon, and people leave toys as kind of a offering there. That's kind of cool.
Yep.
But anyways, have you guys had any experience there?
We got some really good pictures from there.
I have a lot of orb pictures from there.
Most of the stuff that we got, that I got, were from the old homestead.
Was that true? Because I've never found actual historical confirmation on that. So this is for anyone who might be listening that has no idea what we're talking about, this is a real old cemetery, and supposedly there was a farm nearby in what's now the Rubio Forest Preserve, and supposedly there was a large homestead, and there's, you know, the story is there was like a murder and the caretaker killed somebody and this and that, and but what do you know? How can we find out about that?
Okay, well, if you want to look up the history, you're going to find a lot of it in urban legends. It's the old Midlothian Turnpike story. And what it is there was actually two farms there. One was a very small farmhouse. There was a caretaker's shack, more or less. And the other one was an actual white farmhouse that had barn, you name it.
Okay.
You will find the two cisterns. You can see where the houses were as you go past the cemetery.
Yeah, straight north of the cemetery. I've seen the old, and they're just like round foundations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're brick laid. They're brick inlay.
I heard I read that was a small village of like German migrant workers that lived there.
No. What it's named after is Batchelder, which is the last name of the Germans that had come over here in order to find their land, in order to ship their wives or their brides over for them to start a settlement.
Sure.
Well, and then they called it Batchelder, which then they called it bachelors. It derived to that because they were single men from Germany that came here to seek land and fortune, and then ship their families or wives or whatever over here.
Sure.
So that's how bachelor's growth comes through.
That's what that jives with what I've read so far. But so in my version of history, I thought that there was a small village of about 300 people that lived right north of the cemetery there.
It wasn't. Well, kind of, sort of. It's in the other forest reserve further down, and you can even follow the trail down, and you can see still some remnants of some of the farms.
Well, I've followed the old highway. A lot of people don't know the old highway picks up after you go over the creek, and the old highway picks up on the other side of the creek and goes past those foundations and ruins.
Right. That's okay. Now you're going the other way. That's going towards like where they have the Celtic Irish Fest, all that stuff over there.
Yeah,
Old Midlothian Turnpike.
Gaelic Park. Yeah.
Gaelic Park. Yeah. Now see, that way you're going southwest. You want to go north, and then the further north you go, like going towards towards 135th and on, so further north, all that property where you would park at now.
Right.
That's considered Bachelor's Grove Forest Preserve.
Okay.
That's where the community had begun.
Because the cemetery is actually owned by the county real estate department or something. Have you read about that?
No.
Yeah, all that property is not actual forest preserve on that side of the turnpike. Yeah, I looked this up because I met a guy. We met a guy, kind of a nutty guy, in the cemetery one day. What'd you say?
You know what his name was?
I can't remember his name. I guarantee you it's the same guy you're thinking of. He's in his maybe early 50s, bald, skinny guy.
Would it be Len Dorman?
Maybe. You know what? Because I don't remember what his name was, but I do remember I went home and looked up some of the stuff he was talking about, and he was on YouTube under a different name than he had given me. So I don't know, but he claims to have grown up in that blue house right on the turnpike there. Is that your guy?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, this is the guy that showed me. We were out, we're out in the woods, and we meet a stranger, and he says, "Hey, you want to see something cool?" We said, "Sure, mister." And we follow him into the woods, and
be careful.
yeah, right. And he says, but he was cool, and he showed us. That's how I know about those ruins and stuff. He was telling me about the village. I looked it up. There was some articles about it, and then he was also telling me about the preservation society that they had there that got shut down by the county. And under their speculation, there's people that want to develop the land, and they're trying to diminish the historical value of it. So they actually shut down their Bachelor's Grove Preservation Society or whatever they had going on.
That's good. But now back to the houses. The one was the caretaker. The one was the mysterious white farmhouse that does appear and disappear.
This is the legendary disappearing farmhouse. Yeah.
Legendary.
And you know what? We actually, one of our group members during a daytime trip out there, she got a picture where she believes that she got a picture of the corner of the disappearing farmhouse.
Oh, cool! I'd love to see that too. We definitely, for anyone listening, check out our website and our Facebook page. We'll have plenty from the Bump in the Night paranormal investigations, some EVPs, and some photos in the future. But go ahead.
Oh, well, anyway, what it is that the caretaker lived in a small house. The farmer lived in the great big white house. Well, something happened with either the caretaker or the farmer had killed his wife and such and so forth. Well, anyway, the way that he had killed her is that he had tied her to a tree or pinned her to a tree, and she either starved to death or froze to death. I'm not quite sure. Well, in the meantime, again, the disappearing white farmhouse, that's why supposedly you see the woman in white. She'll be sitting on a headstone. There's also stories that she's looking for her daughter or her baby. Another story is that she's just sitting there waiting and pondering for someone to save her. I mean, there's so many different urban legends with that, it's not even funny. The disappearing farmhouse, if you do see it, you'll see lights on. You can walk right onto the porch. You can even knock on the door. Supposedly, the farmer comes out with a shotgun and shoots at you.
Well, I've met people that claim they've seen it. It's just one of those ones that's, it's hard to nail down. And I haven't been able to ever find any historical evidence of that murder. Have you? Do you know if there's any documentation of it?
Not that I've found, but the only thing that you do feel when you're at, or I feel, when you're at Bachelor's Grove is nothing but remorse, nothing but anger, everything that you don't want to feel is what you're going to feel there.
That's funny that you mentioned that. I actually, not to just be sort of contrarian, but I really have the opposite kind of impression. I really always felt kind of calm and at peace there.
That's the two feelings that people will get. They'll either feel very uncomfortable there, or they'll feel very calm and peaceful there.
And that's why I said, it's not you, it's me.
Oh, okay, I see. Sure.
And so therefore I don't know if it's things that I feel that I'm more in tune with, that's how I'm programmed, is to seek and find. Of course, you're not going to seek and find happiness. I mean, that's just a given. So you always look for the macabre, and you always look for everything that's like dark and dreary and unexplained.
Sure.
That's human nature.
Well, we could talk for hours on multiple subjects, but I got to wrap it up and get out of here and get my team out of here who's in the control room pissed off and bored. But it was really great talking to you. Hey, shut up. I give you guys, I was talking to my producer. I give you guys a lot of respect for hanging in the first conversation and being cool about that and hanging out and just talking about it and shit, and then staying for a really good interview. I hope we can keep the friendship going. Maybe we can go out and hang with you on a investigation sometime.
Absolutely.
It's the only way you're gonna see what it's all about.
Cool. I would love to. I'm gonna hang up with you guys. We'll be in touch soon and we'll get this all together. But thanks again for being on. That's Ron.
Thanks very much.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes.
Yes, anytime. Ron and Lori from Bump in the Night Investigations in Joliet, Illinois. All right, we'll see you later.
All right, take care.
All right, see ya. Okay, there they go, Ron and Lori. I don't know what the hell that was. We're gonna wrap things up pretty soon here. I want to do another song. I'm gonna come back and we'll wrap things up. I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute no commercial break. Another unknown artist that you should check out. Some friends of ours from just around the way. Tub Geometry is a band from, I don't know, Naperville / Chicago.
Before you play, I think you, I was trying to bring up the laptop for you. You have YouTube going as well before you turn their track on.
Oh, I do? Is that what was going on?
Yeah.
Fuck. I don't know what that is. Because I don't. It's some other shitty video playing somewhere.
Yeah, you have some video going.
All right. How's that? Oh, no, that's... We're the worst radio show. All right, so thanks for tuning in to the first episode here. That was Bump in the Night Paranormal Investigation. I hope you guys enjoyed the awkwardness of the beginning of that conversation. I had no idea I was bashing police. I thought, or I knew I was bashing police, but I had no idea I was bashing police with a cop listening who I asked to listen and be on the show. So that was cool, man. And honestly, I do respect them for not being angry and hanging out and talking about that. Whatever you think of their arguments, it's good that didn't just become a stupid, angry, emotional fight. So anyways, this is Just Another Dream from Tub Geometry. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back to wrap it up. The Sunday Evening Overdose. Thanks for tuning in.
Drifting by, look to the sky. Glimpse of my conclusion why we've been secluded yet included in this group of life. Distance, time, and food and wine. Singing, dancing, losing minds. We need to do this to improving our use of time. It's just another dream, just another dream, just another dream to me. It's just another dream, just another dream, just another dream I see. Just another dream, just another dream, just another dream to me. It's just another dream, just another dream, just another dream I see. Your heart and save my goal. Play your part and slave my role. Cause there's no way I'll go away without saving souls. Burn to go with love and hope. Inferno with oven mitts. Cause what you covet, I've just had enough of it. It's just another dream, just another dream, just another dream to me. It's just another dream, just another dream, just another dream I see. It's just another dream, just another dream, just another dream to me. It's just another dream, just another dream, just another dream to me. It's just a dream to me. Life ain't what it seems. Gift to rhyme and shining eyes. Six of my divided mind. My five senses are drenched in, hung out to dry. I can't cry nor can I scream. I won't lie, I haven't seen the way this ends yet. I'm betting on everything. It's just another dream, just another dream, just another dream to me. Just another dream, just another dream, just another dream I see. It's just another dream, just another dream, just another dream to me. It's just another dream, just another dream, just another dream I see. It's just a dream to me.
Yo, Tub Geometry. Check them out. Tub Geometry. TUBGEOMERTY. SoundCloud is the place to hear all of Tub Geometry's tracks. Good guys, good music. They work hard. Give them a chance. So, that was cool. Guy was good to talk to. Lori was good to talk to. Ron and Lori. Thanks for sticking with us here. The first episode of Sunday Evening Overdose. I figured, what the fuck? I'm getting drunk. I'm getting stoned. We might as well keep the show going for a few minutes. Let me see what's going on here. Well, I got something from space.com by Miriam Kramer. Scientists have discovered an Earth-sized alien planet in a habitable zone of its host star, an Earth cousin that might have liquid water and the right conditions for life. They're calling it Kepler 186f. First spotted by Kepler Space Telescope. It circles a red dwarf star about 490 light years from Earth. While the host star is dimmer than Earth's sun and the planet is slightly bigger than Earth, the positioning of the alien world coupled with its size suggests that Kepler 186f could have water on its surface, scientists say. Yeah, go to space.com. Check that shit out, man. I was happy to find out that space.com was a website. Seems obvious. Never thought of it before. But it's got a lot of cool shit there. Check that shit out. Scientists think that, let's see. Well, that's not interesting. Just reading like an idiot. It's a historic discovery, apparently, of the first truly Earth-sized planet found in the habitable zone of its star. Apparently that's historic, says Jeff Marcy, an astronomer at the University of California, Berkeley, who is unaffiliated with the research. Ugh. God, this article sucks. Who is this? Miriam Kramer? Fuck you, Miriam Kramer. But go to space.com. Check it out. Some cool stuff going on. Yeah. Another thing I printed out for the hell of it is Mongolian deathworm, the elusive legend of the Gobi Desert. Because it reminded me of the movie Tremors. If you've seen that, it kind of, I think this is like some of the mythology that it's based on. And this is the story of a giant, deadly worm.
Graboid. They were called graboids.
Graboids?
I'm pretty sure.
That's what they were called in the movie?
Yes.
All right. According to British biologist Carl Schuker in his book, The Unexplained, an illustrated guide to the world's paranormal mysteries, he says, one of the world's most sensational creatures may be concealed amid the sands of the southern Gobi Desert. It is said, it is said to resemble a large fat worm, up to 1 meter. Bah! 1 meter? Who cares? I pictured it way longer. A 1 meter worm? Who cares? You just stomp it into 5 pieces. It doesn't matter. Man, this Mongolian deathworm is a fucking bitch. Let's see what else. Legends and evidence. Where did I get this? This is this is an article by Benjamin Radford, a Live Science contributor. What is this? Livescience.com, I think, something like that. Yeah, livescience.com. These are cool websites, though, to go to. Check stuff out. Apparently, it's got some validity to it. The name worm, I guess, is an English translation. So if it actually exists, it would probably be a snake. Or a legless lizard of some kind. So basically what they're saying is, yeah, it's probably, if it exists, some kind of unclassified, unknown species of snake. I don't know. It could happen. I've seen some weird, shitty snakes that I don't know if anybody knows about. I was walking down a mountain one time in Tennessee with my friend Phil, and the stupidest snake I've ever seen in my life just came like rolling down the hill. It was like an oval shaped, like 6-inch long shitty snake that just flopped around down the hill and just looked terrible. I doubt that thing has a name. It doesn't even deserve one. A variety of explanations have been offered for the animal, including perhaps a misidentified or new species of snake. The consensus among researchers such as Sugar and author Richard Freeman is that the Mongolian deathworm likely does not exist, and the belief is instead based upon sightings of either a type of limbless reptile known as a worm lizard or a type of sand boa snake. So there you go. The wormy Bigfoot of the desert, somewhere far away in the Middle East, probably. Where's the Gobi Desert? Dude, I'm so stupid. Where's the Gobi Desert? Max, can you look that up? So that's that. That thing put away. I don't know. I'm surprised we have no fucking callers. 708-244-8142. That's 708-244-8142 if you want to call up and talk about anything. What else we got in the news? We got the staff. This is an article. Fuck, I didn't even credit the website here, but apparently this we're not even gonna get into this. Fuck you. I don't care. I'm not doing this. This is a stupid article. Oh, we got a caller on the line. Shit. Who is this? It says the Earthling. The Earthling is calling in. What's going on, Earthling?
Hey, I'm here with like 5 people. We're just like having conversations. They were called graboids, right? Oh, no. Yeah, the little things that eat anything that are warm came out of them.
Oh, those are ass blasters.
From Tremors, the movies. Tremors 3. Tremors 2. Yeah, right.
Does it matter? Does it matter which Tremors?
Oh, they started flying. They started exploding and flying. Yeah. We're over by the river. There's like 5 of us. Some of us are on psychedelics. We're just almost finishing the show. It's really cool.
Hey, Max, could you bring the laptop up?
And then where's the desert? Where's the desert? The Gobi Desert? Where's that?
Holy shit.
He said New Mexico. He said New Mexico. That's where they shot the fucking movie. Hello? Are we on air?
Huh? Yeah, we're on the air.
Yeah, well, that's where they shot the movie, in New Mexico. The Gobi Desert is New Mexico, but I know that's not about the movie, it's about the thing, but...
Oh, it's in New Mexico? God, am I retarded?
It's in New
Yeah,
Mexico.
of course it's a fucking Native American...
Yeah.
I'm stupid. I just pictured it. I just pictured it in the Middle East for some reason.
Yeah, right. We're all enjoying your show. It's really good. There's about 5 of us there, which means that we're like at least half of you listening. So you're actually subject to what we say now.
Cool, man. Are you guys on?
Because there's like 4 other people listening, and we got like 5 people here. So
are you guys?
I'm actually.
Ask this question, bro.
Who's got a question?
He wants to talk about how his dead friend has been changing his music tracks to like the songs he likes.
I'm listening to a song and then it'll switch.
You want to talk to him?
No, I don't know. It doesn't sound very good. What is he talking about?
He's talking about how his friend had died like last month. Just changed his CD player to the songs that he likes.
Are you on speakerphone or something?
I could put a speakerphone
on.
No,
don't put it on speakerphone. Do not.
No, he's just loud.
All right, yeah, because I can barely understand you. Is he saying anything
we're
interesting?
watching your show and we're getting fucked up. I mean, what kind of what do you call that? Listenerhood? What kind of listenerhood are you looking for with your crazy wild show?
I'm in the listenerhood of
imagination. Your listenerhood.
I'm in the listenerhood. I know my listeners.
Yeah, Bert from Tremors.
I hang out in the listenerhood. You know.
Hey, what listenerhood do you rep?
I rep the listenerhood of free thinking and imagination and progress, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, hell yeah!
I represent the listenerhood of the common man and common goals that we can share and work together towards a better tomorrow.
I'd like to think that everybody that's listening right now has like 5 people listening to their device. Because that'd make us like 25.
That would mean there was 25 or 30 people listening. That would be pretty fucking cool.
Right.
Yeah, because we can see how bad we're doing.
No, it's perfect.
No, it's
great.
fine.
We're just,
it's
it's
fine.
awesome.
Who cares? I didn't put anything into this. I just put it out. Whoever's listening is smarter than everyone else. That's just how it is.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we all agree. Everybody agrees.
That's just
everybody
how it is.
agrees. They're all just nodding their heads, looking at me.
Nobody with you earlier heard the law enforcement debate.
Dude, I missed that. That's when I was acquiring things.
Well, you know what? I'm not even going to say anything about it. Just check it out on the recording.
I'm going to go back. Are you putting it on YouTube?
Yeah, it'll be on YouTube, and it's it wasn't anything all that explosive, but it was interesting. So,
okay, cool. We're just calling it again to tell you that the Gobi Desert is in New Mexico, and that the Tremors movies that you don't know anything about are fucking awesome. You need to watch all of them.
I know them. Why do you think I referenced it?
You didn't even know what a graboid was called.
So what? I don't need to know.
And there was a TV show. You didn't know about the TV show? I can't believe you didn't know that. They're on Sci-Fi now.
All right, why don't you guys? You know what? If you're gonna call my show and fuck around, why don't you at least bring up some kind of interesting topic that we can talk about?
Oh, what are you gonna talk about?
Anything, dude. Bring up anything.
We're talking about the topic you were talking about, the worm.
Well, that's played out. Let's do something else. Fucking talk. Bring something up. Hey, grab bag. Ready? Just reach around, stir your hand around. Just take 5 seconds on your own. And I'm going to play some meditation music while you take 5 seconds. The next 2 words out of your mouth are what we talk about. Go.
Everybody's weird, dude. Everybody's on their own stuff. Anybody got anything interesting to say? About anything. Any topics?
Paranormal. The Sunday Evening Overdose.
Dumbass.
The Sunday.
Dude, they're just fucked up, dude. I'm sorry.
The Sunday.
That's not everything I said.
No, that's
the
it.
Sunday. The Sunday.
Time's up. What do you got? Yeah, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm walking away from them. What are you doing? Are you gonna end your show now or what?
No, I'm not ending the show ever. You fucking
don't
faggot.
Don't ever end it, dude. We're enjoying it, but not when we're talking to you. We don't like it.
You know.
What do you want me to say, dude? I'm fucking I'm tripping out, and these people are all drunk as fuck.
All right, you know, just you call me up, in the middle of my show, tell me you correct some stupid thing. And then you don't have anything interesting to fucking talk about.
No, we just like to talk about graboids.
What do you like to? What do you been thinking about lately? What about the Mandela effect?
I don't know what that is. What is that?
Well,
what is that? Tell me. You tell me real quickly. I probably can recollect it.
No, it's the idea that that a lot of people remember major events in our lifetime in different ways. So, and it's become kind of a compelling phenomenon.
You're talking about the faces that were? Yeah,
No,
I'm
not talking about any
Are you talking
faces.
about collective consciousness? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about things like, for instance, there's a lot of people that remember the Berenstain Bears. All right, look this up.
Sure.
For people at home, you can look this up. I'll post it to our Facebook page.
Wait, are you still on the air?
Yeah, I'm on the air, you piece of shit.
I'm sorry, dude. I thought you said you're playing some meditation music. I thought we were just talking here.
No, I was trying to. You were supposed to help me out with a bit. You were supposed to say fucking a topic when I stopped the meditation music, but you're too stupid.
You said take a few minutes. Here's some meditation music.
I said 5
seconds. And talk on my phone. I can't. Well, okay, for everybody out there, you can't listen and talk on your phone.
I said 5 seconds.
Oh, okay. Okay, I get you.
Yeah,
but let's go into the Mandela. What is the Mandela?
All right. Well, here's the thing. A lot of people, it's so weird. But, all right, so how do you think the Berenstain Bears, did you have those books as a kid?
Yeah, they lived in the fucking tree houses.
Uh-huh. And how did you remember that being spelled?
I remember. How do I remember Berenstain being spelled?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude, I have no fucking idea. B-E-R-E-N Stein?
Yeah, like
Stain?
S-T what?
S-T-E-I-N?
Yeah, well, that's what I remember, too. And that's the problem. Thousands of people around the world seem to remember the Berenstain Bears, in particular, being spelled with E-I-N at the end. But the reality is it's spelled A-I-N at the end. And
Really?
Yeah.
But isn't that... Okay,
Hang
go
on.
ahead.
Now,
Go
this
ahead.
sounds really stupid at first, but when I first heard that, I had a memory of being in second grade and having to write what I did over the weekend, and I had to write about the Berenstain Bears, because I read the Berenstain Bears over the weekend. That was what was going on with me when I was 7. And
Yeah, their docile father that was all loving. Anyway, go ahead.
yeah, so I remember getting the book to copy the spelling in my thing I was writing, and I remember it being E-I-N. And a lot of people have similar memories, and then time and time again, when they dig stuff up, it's always A-I-N at the end. So it led to, now this, believe me, this might sound...
I'm listening.
This is totally retarded, probably. However, it led to the theory that there was a dimensional shift of some kind, and 2 dimensions maybe collided, where some people lived in a dimension where where Berenstain was spelled E-I-N at the end, and now we've entered a dimension where Berenstain was spelled A-I-N at the end. So anyways,
It's not spelled A-I-N at the end, ever!
It is. It's always. In the reality that we're in right now, it's guaranteed that it's A-I-N everywhere you look.
I have a book at home.
Yeah, go look at it, stupid. It's A-I-N. And that's just one example of...
No, I get it. No, that's just using one line of people's memories that, because it's such a popular pop culture.
That's the Mandela effect, is that...
Really? That dimensional shifts are happening all the time, and people, but they don't affect people's memory, is what you're saying.
Wait, say that again?
Dimensional shifts are occurring all the time, but they don't affect people's memory. So the memory is the only proof, are you saying?
Yeah, because...
People's memories is the only, proof of saying, it was spelled that way.
It's not proof, it's just what you remember. And obviously, what I think, honestly...
You see what I'm saying.
I just posted it to our Facebook page, the Sunday Evening Overdose on Facebook. Wood Between Worlds at Blogspot. This is the blog that I think I read originally.
I've never heard of this effect. But
yeah, no.
Is there another example you can give me?
Yeah, let me look that up. I'm actually... I only prepared an hour of shit, so...
You told me you'd be done by 10.
Yeah, we're supposed to be done at 10, but I was just... I didn't know how it would go, and it's going all right. I feel comfortable.
No, it's going great. We were all listening. We were everybody's liking it.
What time do we start? 9:20? So we'll do...
No, you were on before that. You were 9:10.
9:15.
9:15. Max, the producer, says 9:15.
Why doesn't Max, the producer, talk?
Because he's the producer. He's doing shit.
Oh.
Because I produce things. Sentences sometimes.
He produces things. You can't hear him, can you?
No, I can't hear anything you said.
No, he is talking.
Okay.
So, the Mandela effect. Yeah, there's a lot of examples. I'm trying to find... there's a good list. There's a lot of examples that people just remember differently, but...
You know what? That is weird, because I think I must have heard of this before. There must be another example that's more popular, because I did hear that, people remember things. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. This is live. I'm live on the scene.
Where are you guys right now?
I'm sitting at this strange little concrete 30-foot boat launch next to the river.
What river?
Des Plaines River, L-Town, Illinois,
in Lyons,
Illinois.
You know, all they got in Lyons
River,
is steers.
Right off of Joliet Road. This is where it's been going down for about 40 years. People have been here before us.
40 years? Yeah, try
600
years,
well,
dude.
people have been partying back here for 100 years. Okay?
Yeah, probably 600 years.
600, yeah, you're right.
You think Indians didn't do anything over there? Probably 1,000.
The Indians were back here fucking digging up their alcohol and drinking it. They used to bury fruits for a couple days, and then it would super ferment them with the heat or something. I'm not sure how it works.
Holy shit. We had a hilarious post on our Facebook page.
What?
My sister.
Are we still on air?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
My sister Andrea.
Sam says hi, people. She's a girl from Lyons, Illinois, and she's here. She's on psychedelic drugs.
I don't give a shit. Listen, my sister.
I want to hear viewers know.
I'm gonna hang up on you. My sister Andrea posted to the Facebook page a picture of a ghost shark cop sticking his head out of a UFO. So everyone
Wait,
go.
is that like for your show? Because of what she's heard so far.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay,
It's
that's cool.
The Facebook page, Sunday Evening Overdose. Check it out. The ghost shark cop sticking his head out of a UFO. Thank you for that. Looks like David Box probably did that.
What is the effect that I thought you were speaking? Remember when you told me about the Mandela? The one where there's like if you tell like 1,000 people something and then you go over to somebody else, they'll know it too. I'm not sure what that's called, but
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Forget Max. Run that down for us if you can. It's like when gorillas on two separate islands learn the same skill or something.
Yeah, right. At the same time,
it's
like it seems like gorillas on this island learn and they can take a stick and stick it in a rock and eat some ants off that bitch. They learn that over there at the same. Yeah,
right.
Or everybody learned how to build pyramids at the same fucking time.
Some kind
and
of
all that
thought osmosis kind of deal.
Yeah, that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what that's called, but I gotta say, I'm pretty disappointed. I thought you would be a better caller. I thought you'd have some interesting things to say.
I've been drugged.
What drugs are... All right, let's talk. What do you got? You doing mushrooms?
Oh, yeah. I took, I don't know, about 10... Right when your show, 10:30, right when you started talking about those paranormal dudes.
Yeah.
But I didn't hear the argument, so it was right then. That's when I took them.
It wasn't an argument. It was, you know...
Well, whatever. Yeah, right.
It was fun,
so that's
actually.
what we're doing. We're just hanging out by the river, drinking
interject the
Hang on,
drug
shut
talk.
up.
smoking,
Shut up.
listening
Shut
to
up.
your show.
Shut up. Go ahead, Max.
The 100th monkey effect. Does that sound correct?
100th monkey effect. Is that what you're talking about?
Is that what it's called? Is that what it's called?
I don't know.
I'm not.
Hey,
positive.
did you ever cover how the largest fucking pyramid in the world is in Illinois? Because that's pretty interesting as well.
Oh, really? No, I didn't.
Yeah, it's a mound pyramid. It's not stone. It's a mound pyramid, but it's one of the biggest on the planet. I think it might be as big as the Gaza pyramid or some shit like that. It's really, really big.
Monk Mound.
Did you look it up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what else? Just as a side note, for people that don't know, and I'll throw this on our Facebook page too, just for the fuck of it, because I like this kind of process.
No, you got to represent Illinois all day.
Well, no, but there's also a underwater pyramid in Wisconsin.
No, I know.
I'm gonna throw that up.
There's a bunch of
it.
bats out here, and as you throw pebbles and stuff into the air, they'll instantly grab them, instantly. It's
What
really
will?
Cool. There's bats out here, and they fly around. So if you throw
bats?
a pebble, I'm telling you, I mean, we're on the yeah, he is. If you throw a pebble into the air, it'll instantly just fly out and grab it. It's awesome. It's really awesome. Because they think it's a bug or something. I don't fucking know.
Dude, shut the fuck up. So what's going on with this pyramid in Illinois?
It's in Illinois. It's a mound pyramid. It was made by I don't know, some Indians or not. I don't know if that's offensive or whatever. Redskins.
No,
that were I don't know, but
here's what it is. The
nobody
people
ever told me about it.
Hang on.
Then when I found
Shut
out
up.
about it,
You
I
can't
was
interrupt the
fuck.
host. Shut the fuck up. Here's the thing. A lot of these mounds in Illinois and the Midwest were built by, well, I think what are considered to be pre-Native American, kind of unknown nomadic tribes that they don't know a lot about.
What's that word?
Well,
what?
I don't know if that's even a legit term, pre-Native American, but they're from before the mass migration across the land bridge up there over Alaska and Russia.
No, when I first heard about that giant pyramid, I was like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, this stuff predates the Native American tribes that we know of, I think, and at least I don't know, dude. I could be wrong, but that's what I think. And we're talking about Monk Mound.
Yeah,
in
that's
Illinois.
Cool, man. Now it's all overgrown. You know
so
what
this
I mean?
is this part of the Cahokia mound group. There's the
That could sound. I don't. Are you asking
Yeah,
me or are you asking your
Cahokia.
producer?
yeah. So Max knows it's part of the Cahokia mounds. Who?
Oh yeah, but it's all like super overgrown with like foliage. It doesn't look like a pyramid of any, like. It doesn't look really awesome or nothing, but I'm sure it was at one point.
But it's made by people.
Yeah,
no,
it's super huge.
I didn't know the name. I didn't know this thing was so big, but I knew about this.
No, it's huge, dude. It's like the Gaza pyramid or some shit.
Yeah, it is very large. I'm looking at the pictures right now. It's pretty fucking huge. And so that's pretty cool. A lot of stuff. I'm really into stuff lately that sort of defies our understanding of history as it is. And there's things all over the place. If you look it up, there's tons of things that really challenge, what we know about our development as humans. I guess there's all kinds of artifacts. You could probably go on and find tons of them, but I'm gonna look for one right now. But there's out of place artifacts and shit that don't make sense that required knowledge that people supposedly didn't have at the time. Here we go. This is I was reading about this recently. This was a iron and wooden hammer. It's sometimes called the London artifact or the London hammer, found by some hikers near London. Oh, London, Texas. Oh, all right. Near London, near London, Texas in 1930.
That's way different.
Yeah, it's different. Near London, Texas in 1936. It's an out-of-place artifact, which I guess the creationist sees upon that for some reason because they got to get involved in anything retarded, I guess. It contradicts the standard geological timetable because it's clearly, it looks like an almost, if I saw it sitting around, I would think it was from 1600s or later.
And what is it exactly?
It's a hammer.
What does it look like?
It looks like a big fucking sledgehammer.
Okay.
Here, tell somebody that you're with to go to our Facebook page and they can see all this fucking shit.
Oh, you're
about.
streaming information. Your producer's just feeding information. That's cool.
I'm posting it right now because I'm fucking talented in many ways, including
You're supposed
posting
to make
things
it seem like everybody does everything for you, and that's gonna be the.
Anyways, the London hammer. This is interesting. Was found in a block of rock. Let's see.
Oh, I got something interesting to say.
Anyways, check that out. London hammer. There's a lot of these out of place artifacts that are found in they'll find a ring in some compressed in coal or something.
They've carbon dated them to
millions
there's
totally
of years
there's
ago.
totally if you look like Men in Black with their little flashy things, like how he said it. It seems like at some point the government is just flashy thing to everybody or something. It seems that way because there's so many weird, chronologically weird anachronisms all over the place. It seems strange.
Yeah, no, and it's a lot of stuff, and I find it funny that there's something called conventional history that just
conventional history.
Yeah,
what are you talking about? Doesn't that happen?
It just excludes things that don't agree with its hypothesis, and that's it. And,
I get it.
You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe there is some explanation that for some reason this rock was able to form really fast around a hammer that's not actually that old. I don't know. It's really interesting. There's a guy called Graham Hancock, I think, who wrote a lot about a excavation in the Grand Canyon a long time ago that supposedly a lot of artifacts were taken out and concealed in the Smithsonian. But supposedly they found a lot of Egyptian-looking remains and whatever, mummified stuff. And
it was probably the gonks and all that. What do they call that? The loopy gold cross thingy. What do they call that?
I think it's called an ankh.
Ankh, yeah. It's probably all that sort of stuff because they don't want nobody to know that they can control energy
and it was
and make shit float.
It was stuff that linked. I'm gonna put on the Facebook page the Illinois pyramid.
Well, anyway, I have one interesting thing to say. Then I have to go because I have to.
Yeah.
I can't even be near them because they're just yelling. So,
bunch of idiots.
You remember how recently, 3 or 4, 5 years ago, they came out that all insects have those little things growing out their heads and shit. The fungus that takes over their mind.
The fungus that takes over their mind and drives an ant around like a car.
Yeah, right. And there's like it's specific to each species. There's a specific fungus for each species and stuff like that.
The Sunday
I recently read something that I didn't know before, that they found. I could be wrong, but they found out that because of what do you call it? Fossils. They found fossilized ants with these weird shits coming out of their head. And then they were like, well, what the fuck is that? I think they found the fossils before they figured out what the fuck was going on. I actually think that it's true.
All right, well, that's the take. Get that wind out of here. That's the take.
I did.
That's the take on the brain fungus eating insects all over the place.
Yeah, I think they found the fossils before they actually got the footage.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I gotta go.
Cordyceps.
They found fossils of ants with the brain thing before they saw the footage of the.
Oh,
fungus
they
coming out
found
of that.
fossils of it and identified it, but they never had actual footage. I see. Okay.
Right. No, I think that's how it led them to be like, we got to figure out what that is. You know.
Yeah.
I just read it was a few weeks ago. It was, I don't know. I read a lot of websites.
Cool, man. Keep reading websites. Keep doing mushrooms.
We're gonna keep listening if you're gonna keep going, but
I guess I don't know, Max. Do you want to keep going for a little while? It's up to
We
Max.
just hit the 3-hour mark.
We just hit the 3-hour mark. That's the standard radio show length. However, a lot of shows do a 4th hour when they're fucking awesome. But you know.
yeah, good. You gotta close it down and break it down and everything. So I'll talk to you some other time.
If I go dead, I'll. end
Oh, and
the show.
also I am your co-host on Conscious Nexus.
Yeah, we got another thing called Conscious Nexus. If you guys are into way weirder shit than this, but yeah, all right. Thanks for calling in, Earthling.
Sorry
and,
that the circumstances don't.
Tell everybody. You know what? Just get everybody to like scream one time a bunch of weird shit.
Hey, L-Town, what's up?
No,
It's only one
that
person.
sucked.
Everybody else
That
is like
was
braiding hair and
horrible.
things.
Was that like a small?
Uneventful.
Was that like a small white girl like doing a ghetto affectation too? It was, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
The other guy's just like playing with her hair. I was like, yo, scream. And he's
Wait,
just
let me guess.
playing
Does he
with-
have on like an ICP jersey and a lot of pimples?
No, he's bald and he has a strange shirt on that I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah. Wait, come on. What's the fuck? Can you get them to yell more for a minute?
They're just like wandering around in this field. They're like right next to like this really big field, and they're like it looks like just like retards just like walking in circles.
All right. Hey, Trix.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and give you the final word. If there's one thing you could say to people, go ahead.
Oh God, I don't really know what to say. Get fucked.
All right. I just hung up on him. It's been a good show so far. I'm pretty happy with things. Definitely check out Bump in the Night Paranormal.com. And like we said before, I know this is the site again. This is the audio that comes on when you open their site. But you're going to pull it up, and it's, you know, I tend to not do this shit too, is if you have to log into something, you say fuck it. But it's a pretty cool site, and if you live in the area and you're interested in this stuff, you can get involved in it in a little bit more intimate way. And as you can see, Ron and Lori are open to talk and whatever, and it's a pretty cool little network they got going, it seems like. So make sure you check them out. Once again, Crystal Recorders Studios is where we're broadcasting from. That's in Lombard, Illinois, for any kind of recording needs that you may have. Yeah, so I think we should head to do maybe one more quick music break, and I'll come back and do a little bit on some strange topics. Maybe we'll get another caller.
If not, I think I have some ghost stories to share, maybe.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, that would be cool if anybody out there has a ghost story that you wanna tell, because I know everybody does, and we know how many people are listening right now, Max.
3.
3? Oh my God! What did we do?
I don't know. It's getting late.
We lost half our shit, dude. All right. Well, hey, thanks for staying with us. if you've got a ghost story and you're listening, so we know one of you just called in. The other two of you, I don't know. I imagine one of them's probably Andrea. I don't know. Who do you think is listening?
I don't know, but give him the phone number again.
Yes, 708-244-8142. Call us up. We're going to do some bonus time. And I'm going to do a quick music break. Fuck, I can't think of anyone I like. I'm just going to play my own shit. Let's do... I'm going to do a song or two, come back, we'll do a little bit more, we'll wrap it up. Sunday Evening Overdose. Max, let's play a song. Whoops. We're going to have to get better at radio.
Yeah, you got to turn off White Snake or whatever the fuck that was.
Bump in the Night has their music on their website. All right, so let's try that again. Ready? Here we go. So anyways, we're going to take a quick break here. Sunday Evening Overdose. We'll be right back.
Open the Overton's window. I wanna feel the nuclear wind blow. And then tiptoe through the tulips, singing calypso kinds of music to disco producers who just sniff coke in their new shirts. And this goes to you jerks, you polluters and confused herds. When the truth gets moved into the light, there's groups that shoo it out of sight, proving me and the whole movement right. As they elude the fight and screw the rights of you and I, up one side and down the other, 2 times for every word of protest that we utter. Yup, butter, both smooth as and cuts through like. Who's that with the blue mic giving doodads to Dudley do-rights? It's robot hilarious, coming to carry this scenario back to the cemetery and put my ghosts in your stereo. I'm an angel of ink and emotional anguish, living a life of writing in earnest and speaking in Spanglish. Hey primo, what's up? Oh, you know, smoking mucho fucking motorway with mucho chicas with fat culos. Gringo loco, pinche borracho, stay awake till ocho, drink a lot, bro. I don't know about you vatos, but in mi casa la cantina's not closed ever. Cigarette burns for pleasure, everybody's worse for the weather. Predators live forever, presidents with secret endeavors. Precedent that we needed but never succeeded in being allowed to believe in. Could've evened out these pressing pressures. And I'm frustrated, like trying to etch a sketch in MC Escher piece exactly while wearing 2 catcher's mitts with my friends laughing. And a lizard hanging from your ear, baby, there ain't no comfort here. Hear me when I warn you, dear, you gotta keep your conscience clear. And keep your costumes on, cause you're old enough to have rolled your window down and asked for Grey Poupon while your favorite tape was on. In fact, you could have skated in a swimming pool on an ashboard while you were ditching school and been pretty cool. All the things you didn't do, visit you like ghosts of your missing tooth, flipping through the channels of your spirit suits that only serve to limit you.
Sick so sadly, pickerific, fitting of silk bathed in brandy, then dropped at perfection in the slum.
6 month worth of Alaskan sunset.
You might run, so you might win worlds over effortlessly. Nah, boy, you will be shown how to work the crank that turns the streets to face the rich and just reflect. And fools can have songs about nothing but wealth.
Damn deer coming out, sick, ho, ho, silence on the ring and needle with the la, the dog. And for those who slept, fuck them now, I know we're exactly rich, the virgin ought to be sending over wolves when we meet.
Cause I have had my fill of singing, especially deep, that's like me, all of my blood right back in the front of my guts, and I got the difference from my top of my guts. You know, walks up at the same time, I think of paper, thin moons, and mile long line. You know, walks up at the same time, I think of paper, thin moons. work the crank, turns the streets to face the rich, just reflect. And there's an all severed sudden debt-related beheading that happens most of us between birth and heaven, and I'm tempered less for the world and detriment. I'm caught up in the jungle of hung numbers and numb human lumber. I'm wondering when will they stop all the slumbering? It's to my wits hung out and strung out on the poisoned pits from which I've rid all these years and kept quit all for day. And I'm the ugliest son daughter of the day. I can't be scared by the ways of my wits, and no ghost in my my hope smashed to bits, and it's it. I'm me, Jeff's Jeff. It's all I got, and the rest is to waste or not to waste breath.
Freestyle. 3 takes. Fuck is that worth to you?
This is for those young male lyrical perps who wanna enter the squared circle with an old pale Urkel, working Birkenstocks with socks, kid, but still pull all the lurking, working girls and hot chicks. Gold watch on your wrist, all pissed, watching me fold any chance you might have had at a tryst. Like, what's this? Hey kids, this song's not for profits, like all but locust honey, long walking and God is, or it is, and that's funny to be rapping for money. So which is or which isn't it? If it ain't dick to make, I'll rock my fake batch of syphilis, which is strictly for pity. But boy, it ain't pretty, the faux rash on my breastplate. I'd ask if this pays, but upper class and rich say broach no cash on a mixtape. It's Goshen that shows distaste. My good tongue displaced and replaced by a hood one like men and mices in these times of economic crisis. Rapping for money, it's God and honey. They rapping for money, locust, God and honey. This is for them young man lyrical perks who volley aimless and anxious between unwell women and works with a less than rented a merc and an ant on their shirt. Ain't nothing perf except for death, vertex and pre-Cambrian earth, but that depends. Why wouldn't it on the caliber of your friends and whether you're guarding lightly and defeating the man? Wicked to sing songs not for profits, like all but locust honey, long walking a god is, or it isn't. That's funny, like rapping for money. So which is or which isn't it? You flashing fin for a tongue hair acquire, wicks unlit, or just like a sedative song and a derivative hip. Shit, I prefer my bezels a bundle of dysfunction and thunder. They poems, a certain something to cover. I ain't a more significant others with which I'd rather fail a mother. As each our own proverbial sons, our good tongues replaced by hood ones, and then spun where Mike's is hung in these times of crisis. I ain't rapping for God, I ain't rapping for pity, I ain't rapping for profits, I ain't rapping for chicks, I ain't rapping for others, I ain't rapping for money, I ain't rapping for money,
I ain't rapping for money.
I ain't rapping for money.
Yeah.
We want more money.
I ain't rapping for money, locust, God and honey. I ain't rapping for money, locust, God.
Let's get back down to it, Max. I ain't rapping for money. Rapping for money by themselves. That's one of my favorite tracks ever of anything. The first song was my shit, Robot Hilarious. I thought I might be able to make it like a couple of shows without playing my own song, but I just couldn't think of any music to play, and I was fucking panicked. Alright, so before we went to the break, on
the Sunday Evening Overdose,
we were talking...
we
were talking about ghost stories, and whether we might or might not have any callers that have some. So we got Ryan actually, all the way from Lubbock, Texas, on the phone. What's up, Ryan? Hello.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now. What's going on, man?
Not much, man.
Are you listening on Ustream, right?
Yeah, I'm listening on YouTube, but I kind of turned it off because it's a delay. But
Yeah,
I got you
that's
guys.
cool. Awesome. So what's going down? You got ghost stories? Pick out your best ghost story. What do you got?
Well, okay, my best ghost story is not something personally that happened to me. I've got a few ghost stories, but the reason why it's my best is because it's from my dad, and you've got to realize the context of it. My dad's in Lubbock, Texas, and Lubbock, Texas happens to be in the fucking Bible Belt. If you've never heard of it, because I never had until I moved here, there's a church on every fucking corner. And people are really religious, and so he doesn't believe in like ghosts and fucking aliens.
Hey, on, just one
So
second.
he was.
I'm sorry, Wes, what's going on with the audio? It's like fading. in and out.
We're just we're not getting a clear signal from his phone. I'm trying to dial it in here.
Yeah, you wouldn't by chance be pacing around, would you?
Yeah, I'm in my garage.
Yeah,
Can you not hear me straight?
Yeah, just stay in one spot, and I think you're like fading in and out of some shitty part or something. I don't know how phones work, but anyways, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Anyway, so fucking he doesn't believe in ghosts and aliens and stuff. So he's on a trip. He stays in this hotel in New Mexico. Him and my stepmom, and it's like a bed and breakfast. And anyway, they check in and nothing weird or nothing. But at the end of the night, they're trying to go to sleep, and there's like 3 other couples staying at this bed and breakfast, and they just had gotten in bed. Anyway, all of a sudden the music's blaring. You heard a bunch of footsteps and stuff, so they figured all these people came in drunk, and and it's kind of pissing him off and my stepmom, and she's like, go tell him to turn it down. So he goes down the hallway, tells him to turn it down, and in the big ballroom open area, I guess, the stereo was turned like all the way up, and no one was there. So he figured someone turned it on, and they fucking went back to their room and passed out. He turns it down, and he goes back to bed, and then he gets back in bed, and he hears the footsteps go back towards the ballroom area, and the radio turns all the way back up. It was like Billy Joel or whatever, one of his fucking hits. And so he was like, what the hell? And he goes back and checks, and then there's no one there again. So he just figured, fucking assholes or something. I don't know. Anyway, he does that, and then he doesn't hear anything for a while, and then all of a sudden there's a gate into the entrance of this bed and breakfast. And the gate's slamming back and forth. And he figured maybe another couple came in late at night, and they're trying to get their luggage in, and that gate is just slamming behind them because their hands are full. And he's trying to get some sleep, so he's like, I'm going to go out there and help these guys get in so we can just get some fucking sleep. And he goes out there, and there is not a person in sight, and the gate has a padlock on it that you can't unlock or whatever, and it is completely open and just banging. And he thought that was kind of weird, chalked it up to circumstance, I guess, and he heads back to bed. And then, sure enough, he puts all the blinds down, or closes all the blinds. They get in bed, they fall asleep. And first thing in the morning, all their blinds are raised, sunlight's peeking through, crack of dawn. And they're like, what the hell? We put all the blinds down. Why is everything up now? Anyway, again, they thought that was weird, and they go and sit down and have breakfast, and all the other couples are eating breakfast, and they're talking about it with these other couples, like, did you hear the music last night? Do you know who that was? And they're like, yeah, we heard it too. We thought it was you guys. And it was like a conversation like that. Well, the owner overhears this conversation goes on and comes over to my dad and my stepmom, and the lady was like, so she's like, you guys experience loud music or, asking them all this stuff. And like, yeah, it was kind of weird because I kept checking and there was no one there. And I thought someone was coming in from the outside. The gate was banging. No one was there. And she was like, well, to be honest, this place is haunted. And she's like, it was some story about, some lady. I don't know if she got murdered there or whatnot. I don't know the whole details of it, but customers see a lady in a white dress in this bed and breakfast constantly.
Which place is this?
I don't know the name of it. It's in Ruidoso, New Mexico, and it's a place where my stepmom and dad travel to quite often. I want to say, I wish I had the logistics and all the details of it. It's just off the top of my head, but
No, that's cool. So
anyways,
everybody else heard the same thing, and it was kind of a big shared experience of something weird.
Yeah, basically. And the lady told them, this place is haunted, and
What do you think? What do you think is the likelihood that that's how they get all their traffic? So they have a guy that they hire to just run around like Scooby-Doo style and do creepy things to get the story going, so people want to stay there.
And that could be totally a logical theory about
I don't know.
it.
Who knows?
I wasn't there,
Yeah, totally. No, I like ghost stories. I just, there's always that thought of like...
You have to remain skeptical.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to.
Well, no, I mean, just logically.
Well, and she ended up telling them she won't even stay there overnight anymore. She just comes in to open up breakfast, and then when it comes down to evening time, she's out before it's dark because that's when all of that happens.
I just talked to some people right down the street from me that have an old coffee shop. I don't know if I should say the name of it, I guess. Why not? It's called Ashbury Coffee House. You should check them out. It's a pretty cool little place. And I was talking to the people that run the place who are very kind of interested in paranormal stuff, and they have all it's a real old property. It's on Archer Avenue outside of Chicago. It's a really historic area. And they're telling me, like, yeah, they don't stay there at night. I guess their daughter works at night and has, like, a hard time, and has a bunch of weird shit happening and stuff. And, yeah, it's pretty shitty when it gets to the point of, like, it affects your schedule, Like, we're not going in there any fucking more. Well, yeah, what else you got? You ever see anything yourself?
The closest, I've never seen personal ghosts myself. The closest I can come to is, okay, like I said before, me and Max lived on the same street. I was like 5 houses down. And he spoke of this woman always riding his bike. Like, you could see the four corners of our block from his bedroom. And anyway,
this is
there's
Max,
a woman that always...
Max, our producer, you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Max, the producer. And
no, go ahead, please.
Oh, anyway, he always spoke of a woman riding his bike down the street. And also some weird shit would go on at his house, regardless of just this ghost woman riding the bike down the street. You would hear, it would sound like almost like rocks being thrown at the window.
Max.
And
hang on a second. Let's get Max in on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn your mic on. What do you got? You see this ghost woman riding down the street, did you?
Yeah, I mean, ever since I was a little kid, it was, an older woman, you know what I mean?
Where was this?
Westmont, Illinois.
Westmont, Illinois. Now you're seeing an old lady ride down the street. How often?
Probably, definitely more than a dozen times.
Over what? Your
lifetime.
Over your whole, like, when was the last time?
Probably quite a while ago, but I was probably maybe like, I don't know, 16.
16.
So 10 years ago.
So you're not, you're not back in the ether of kind of like the non-memory era of early childhood.
No, but I do have early childhood memories of, like 8, 10, around that age of, like sitting at the kitchen table and seeing like a ghost lady ride her bike out the window through a brick wall.
Ryan, did you ever see this shit?
See, I can't hear Max on the phone.
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, dude. Well, that was good intuition for you to just wait like that. No, he's talking about the ghost lady riding the bike down the street all the time that he's seen like 12 times in his life, which I don't believe at all. What is he? Do you ever see anything like that? You said you lived on the same block?
Yes, I lived on the same block, and multiple times I walked down to his house at fucking godly hours of the night.
Yeah.
And no, I never specifically saw her. But
So
you would
Max-
also tell me.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, you would also tell me about weird shit happening at his house, and you know, of course, anytime anyone's telling you a story, you're always skeptical until you actually experience it yourself. And I basically lived at this kid's house eventually, you know, and he would tell me about rocks being thrown at his window. It would, you know, you would think someone was trying to get his attention. And I was passed out over there, woke up in the middle of the night, and there was just this ting sound on the window, like rocks were being thrown. And Max woke up and he was like, "Do you fucking hear that, or is it just me?" And I'm like, "No, dude, I totally hear it. I know exactly what you're talking about." And we've looked outside of his house to see if branches from the trees are touching anywhere near there. There's nothing that's, you know, blowing in the wind, tapping on the glass. And there would no one ever be out there. But this would happen. It happened quite a few times, and it was always very strange. And it wasn't a mistakable sound. If you can picture the sound of a rock hitting the window, that's exactly what it sounded like.
Yeah. That's and you definitely heard and saw that?
Oh yeah. And it would creep me the fuck out. I'm not even gonna
That's
lie.
cool. No,
It creeped me the fuck
everybody.
out.
It's funny. Like we were talking, everybody has their stories. There was like in my circle of like family and friends growing up, there were houses that were just known for crazy shit happening. Radios flipping around, the dials, you know, going up and down and shit, all kinds of weird shit. I don't know. It happens. Max just came in the room, so you'd be able to hear him. Max, let's talk about, as long as we're going to sit here and do this, let's talk about a ghost lady riding a bike down your street when you were a kid. Let's do that. Let me just move the mic over. We can share.
Yeah, I mean, it was just one of those, you know, early memories, and I've had multiple.
1 or 12? You said 12.
At least.
Getting closer.
Yeah, at least 12. You know what I mean? Like,
Me and Max are sitting casually with our faces 6 inches apart.
This happens. It's part of radio. This is the behind-the-scenes shit that we're filling you in, letting you know.
Uh-oh. Hey, you know what, Ryan?
Yeah.
Somebody else. So we don't have a call system. Whoever's calling in right now, we're gonna call you back. All right. So we're gonna finish up with Ryan, and we're gonna call you right back. I'm gonna give your I'm also gonna give your number out on the air. It's no. Should I? No,
well,
that's
I mean,
bad.
you lost the call.
We have 3 listeners that could possibly harass this guy. Whoever just called, hang on. We'll fucking call you back. This is the worst show ever. All right. Let's talk about, we got a fucking bike riding ghost lady down our producer's Max's street. I never heard about this. Apparently he witnessed a ghost lady. What did she look like?
More of like an elderly woman.
How do you know this wasn't
Sunday kind of dress, you know what I mean? Like you know what I mean?
Yeah, but did she look, was she real? Was she actually maybe just an old lady that lived down the street from you?
No.
No, you don't think so?
That rides through concrete walls.
Did she?
Yeah.
And you saw this?
Yes.
So, where was she riding?
It was like she was riding like from the backyard, like through, like where our driveway would have been. You know what I mean? But there was a wall
maybe
that we put
the wall hadn't been there.
The wall hadn't been there.
You know
we
what it
built
was?
The wall.
Okay. So there was a study done a long time ago on apparitions.
Are you talking about like where they stay in one spot and they
It's basically like a tape replaying. It's an imprint on the electromagnetic field that in the right conditions, with the right, like Lori was talking about earlier, being a sensitive, with the right. So you need a tape player to play a tape, right? You know what I mean? And the tape player has to work just so to interpret the message and put out a picture. So I mean, with the right receptor and the right brain and the right conditions, these events can replay. That's like a believable paranormal event to me. You know?
See,
and something like that doesn't interact. It just goes by. It's a replaying of a thing that for some reason got imprinted in some way that for some reason you can see. You know, that happens all over the place. There was a place in Wisconsin that I think was like a bed and breakfast that I read this story years ago. They had an apparition of a lady that fell down the stairs and laid dead at the bottom of the stairs. And they had one of these situations where it was a blood stain that they kept refinishing the floor, and the thing would come back.
I remember you telling me the story.
Yeah, and they would also then the lady would be laying on the floor. They would see like an apparition, laying on the floor, and they replaced the entire thing. They redid the entire room, and they lowered the floor by like a foot to see what would happen.
And then you said she levitated.
And so
at
now
that
when it would occur, she
was?
levitated at the fucking where the old floor was. So that prompted the theory, like, hey, let's that basically means it's replaying on an electromagnetic field, if that makes sense. I'm not a scientist, but
no,
you know what I mean?
No, and I could buy into something like that, because like my own kind of personal belief, and I'm not a fucking scientist by any means, but yeah,
The Sunday Evening Overdose.
The brain works as an electrical machine, and I think that think of like a radio, like a broadband frequency. You're covering all frequencies.
Right.
Say thinking of like a dimension, you're honed in on this one frequency.
Okay.
I think certain people's brains might be a little bit outside of normal frequency. You know what I mean? And
wait, did you hear that?
That's yeah.
Oh, I think that was a ghost.
Yeah.
That was the ghost of the let's get back to the fucking story. What did she look like? What era was she from?
I would say maybe like 30s.
She was
like Depression
1930s,
era, you know what I mean? Like elderly
wearing
woman,
shitty rags, fucking drab.
No, like I
clothes,
would describe
bullshit,
like a
ugly
Sunday
lady.
dress. You know what I mean? Like a church dress that you would imagine.
Now, when you saw her, are you talking about you see like a light apparition, you see like a wispy kind of thing, or you see what?
Just kind of like you know what I mean? Details, but translucent, like you know what I mean, like see-through. Like there's definition and shape, you know what I mean, and
yeah. And then she goes into the wall and she's gone.
Yeah.
And she always went in the same place?
Yeah. Yeah, I always saw her like in the driveway.
And no, she wouldn't interact with the outside world. She's just going by.
Yeah, not looking at you or anything, but yeah, like I mean the same thing every time.
So to me, that sounds like something scientific. That's pretty interesting.
Well, it's kind of like what you were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. No, that sounds exactly like the kind of shit that I'm very interested in. And I like. Anyways, Ryan, are you still here from Lubbock?
Yeah.
You got anything to add to Max's childhood hauntings before we let you go?
No, I don't have anything to add. I just remember him talking about it constantly. And every time I would walk down to his house, all I could think about was that, and it would give me definitely a pep in my step on my way over.
Yeah. So it was a creepy place.
Kind of.
Yeah.
After I heard that, yeah.
Westmont is an interesting town. If you never heard of Westmont, Illinois, it's got some history. There's some shit went down.
There's a lot of hauntings.
But hang on,
Westmont.
we gotta let you go, and I'm gonna call back whoever else just called in, because we're the only radio show in the world that will call people back on air. Let's just see what happens. But thanks for calling in, Ryan. Call in next week. Let's fucking hang out, talk.
All right, thanks for having me on, man.
All right.
No, yeah, it was great, man. It was good to talk to you, Ryan.
All right, bye.
All right.
All right, there goes Ryan from fuck, the audio's fucking up. Something. I don't know if people can hear me, but my fucking monitor just went out.
Oh, it's
No. Some shit. Oh wait, I got it again, but it's not strong. I don't have strong signal. Signal's weak.
Can you hear yourself now?
Yeah, the signal's weak.
Hello.
The signal is weak. Hey, this goes out to all the people on mushrooms out there by the river checking out the radio show. Yeah.
All right. Back to being a regular guy. Let me call this person back. Who the fuck just called in? I have a feeling it's going to be one of the people that's with the Earthling doing mushrooms on the river. That's what I really think it's going to be. Let's just see. Hang on. Yeah, I guess we're going to patch in another caller here. The phone line's lit up. Hey, thanks for calling the Sunday Evening Overdose. Who we're talking to?
You are talking to Samantha Wallstrom, and
Are
I
you-
am in Lyons, Illinois.
I knew it was going to be one of you. Yeah. All right.
You already know. All right, so you guys are talking about those ghost stories, right?
Yeah, totally. What do you got?
All right, I got you one.
All right, let's hear it.
We're on Lyons, right? When I was little, like a baby, someone before I lived there died in my house.
Who?
Straight hung herself. Some
Who died?
Old-ass lady.
Some
Some
old-
old-ass lady named Agnes.
And she hung
Died
herself?
in my house. Yeah.
Can you
in my room.
Can you verify this?
Yes, I can. I have also not only police documents, but I also have her mail coming still into my fucking mailbox.
Can you send us a link to something that we can see that she hung herself? There's got to be an article online.
Look up Lyons, Illinois.
Okay. Here, Max, can you do this?
Yeah, and I actually same situation. The man
You
and
can't
woman
hear
they
our
died
producer,
in the house.
but he's talking about he had the same situation.
fine.
as a
Yeah,
kid.
they died in the house.
All right. Anyways, go ahead.
Illinois.
Max, look this up. What she's talking about. Go ahead.
I'm telling you now, I don't know if this has been a long time ago before I even lived there.
We're gonna find
And-
it. We're gonna fucking
okay.
find it.
You better fucking find it then. All right. It is on Lyons Police Department in Illinois. Illinois, whatever. I'm kind of drunk and on mushrooms. Hello?
Yes.
You're breaking up a little bit.
You're breaking up.
Probably. Oh my god.
Okay, yeah, Lyons Police Department, Illinois.
All right.
What?
When I was younger, my mom would be afraid to leave me in my crib alone in my room, right?
Okay.
Because the room that I was in was when she hung herself. So I was in the room-
Agnes, wait, so what are we looking for? We're looking for Lyons, Illinois. Max, find Agnes in Lyons, Illinois that hung herself. All right, anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
She was in my room, and she would literally push my crib, the rocking crib, and my mom would come in there and freak the fuck out, all right? So she would never let me stay home alone. Then she let me stay in the room one time and straight flipped the fucking thing, and I fell out.
So what are you saying happened? Agnes flipped your crib?
Something, I don't know if it was Agnes, but it was a ghost. There's no way anything else happened, but my mom told me that my flip flipped over.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
We're not seeing this. This person just hung up on me. Hey, you son of a bitch. I'm calling her back.
Call her back.
We're not fucking doing that. I don't play that.
You have reached the voicemail box of Samantha.
Hey, Samantha, what the fuck? You call my fucking radio show and you hang up on me in the middle of the fucking call? I don't need this bullshit. I asked for people with fucking ghost stories. You're telling me made up shit about some lady in Agnes that we can't even fucking find? This is gonna come back to haunt you. All right.
That'll show her.
What was that chick's name? I don't even remember. I think I
Agnes?
I think I called her Agnes, but that was actually the
woman
lady
that hung herself, I
Yeah.
know.
All right. Well, wait, let's call somebody else. This is the best radio show in the world. People will learn to appreciate.
Yeah, we're
this.
just gonna start calling people.
Yeah, fuck that, dude. Let's call people, get some ghost stories. You know who would be good to call? I have.
Oh my
weird
God,
friends.
Scotty.
Hang on. Yeah, let's call Scotty. Let's call some people.
Scotty Logan.
This is the. You know, guys. You know what? How many listeners do we have? two? Is it down
Four.
to two? Four? We
One
got
of them.
more?
One of them's us though.
Oh, it is?
In the other room, so I can monitor what like the
Uh,
stream sounds like.
You guys, we're going to do this until no one's listening anymore. But we're not going to do anything shitty. This is going to be cool. Watch this. This is going to be sweet.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Dude, somebody's voicemail just called our show. What the fuck was wrong with that girl? Why did she hang up? I hope you guys are still listening to me.
She was on acid or mushrooms or something. Do you still have? Do you have any of those Savannah mushrooms?
Believe that you hung up on our radio show, you stupid hoe. I can't believe that you sit down doing your mushrooms. I'm gonna come through and cut you.
Cut you. I hope you guys all fall in the river. Everybody in lines that's just doing mushrooms and listening to this show, I hope you all have like a 1960s like anti-drug comic book trip where you think you can fly, and instead of just taking off from the ground, you go on top of a building and jump for some reason. I hope you all fucking die. What are we talking about? Sorry.
Ghost story.
You got anything else? You got a fucking bike lady that drove down your driveway. That's pretty
That's
sweet.
not even the weirdest shit, though. I swear.
No, that's a good story. What else you got?
I mean, they can't hear me, but
Yes, they can.
I thought he couldn't hear my mic.
People on the phone can't, but I don't have anyone on the phone.
Oh, okay.
This is the producer, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, right.
Fucking no shit.
Yeah, well, this is what happens when you're up for like 4.5 days. Probably another crazy one is the bed jumping up and down off the bed.
Oh,
or
dude.
the bed jumping up
Hang
and down
on.
off
I
the
got
floor
another phone
with
call.
me
I
in
got to
it.
deal with this. Hey, what do you want?
There's something happening.
What is it?
You're a menace to society.
You guys,
This is so intimate. No, it's cool, dude. That was so cool with the thing because I was least expecting it, and I was at the time like zoning. I was like, "Whoa, that was so cool!" That little beat you did, and then you shot out. That's cool. But no, there's a problem that
You suck.
people.
You're
No,
the
I
worst
don't.
caller that I've ever had. You suck. And stupid call is really
The
bad.
towers can't admit it. They can't admit it, dude. The towers can't admit it because the girl who called you earlier, she's somewhere else. She's like 1,000 yards away doing something. But
Is she hot?
her phone died. My
She,
phone's
does
gonna
what?
die in
Tell
like
me about her
15 minutes.
tits. Yo, let's do some shock jock radio. Tell me about her
No,
tits,
What
bro.
I'm trying to say is the crisis is you just burned everybody's cell phone doing nothing. We're dropping like flies over here. My phone's gonna die in like 5 minutes, and we're in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, and nobody's got any more phones to listen to
No,
this shit?
I already fucking patted down all the miscreants or whatever you call those people with nothing, and they don't have nothing. I'm like, yo, tech, and nobody has a tech cell phone charger. Nobody has like preparedness in the wood.
Do you think you
charger.
could
I
get
don't
that girl
understand
to
it.
take her
It's
shirt
retarded.
off?
What?
Could you get that girl to take her shirt off?
Yeah, if I can find that fucking bra,
Dude.
I'm over here right now. And there's,
Listen, here, look, I'll give you a free t-shirt if you take a picture of her tits and post them to our Facebook page.
oh, muchos gracias, senor. Listen, what I'm telling you is if like a viewer drops it to me because I'm hanging on here and the fucking battery isn't I don't know, dude. I try to use the wind and the river.
I like this. We have
tried to put it
individual
into my cell phone.
individual
Well, I
viewers.
did. I was on the edge of the
Fuck
river.
you.
I was doing
God,
my
all
Tai
right,
Chi
that's it.
training.
Shut
I
up.
tried to
You're
put
done.
my
Hang up, stupid. I just hung up on you. I just hung up on you. Dare you to call back. 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 Yeah. Oh, idiots. Tai Chi training on the river on mushrooms. This is what's going on in Lyons, Illinois. Bet you didn't know. Well, I've had some weird shit go down. I don't want to talk about it. I'm a shark attack survivor. I've done ghosts. I've done fucking Bigfoot, UFOs. I actually have seen a UFO. I've had what I don't know. I have a thing. I have a thing I don't know if I want to get into. It's about Bigfoot. But a lot of people don't like to talk about Bigfoot. I do, and I've had an experience that I think might have been.
They offered like 50 million and they didn't find him, or 10 or something.
Yeah, but so what? It's an interesting phenomenon. It's may be something more intangible. It may not just be like, it may be some trick of the mind that a lot of people see the same thing, or whatever it is. It's interesting. I don't know. I had a pretty fucking compelling experience.
Yeah, talk about it.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to talk about it. Call that girl again. I bet that girl's phone died. That's what it was. I don't know, man. It was
by
at
Bigfoot and she can't call anyone.
It was at Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. That's the weird thing. A place. See, that's the thing that's weird. Bigfoot sightings are common in the same areas that like ghost stories spring up and like UFO sightings and stuff, and a lot of it runs in the same kind of hot spots, and it makes me think there's something else to it. It's not just a purely physical phenomenon. There might be some other trick of the mind going on, but it's real enough that it's become something that's been discussed in tons, a lot of different cultures for I don't even know how long. I mean, it goes back thousands of years, I would think. Tales of woolly men in the forest, fucking trotting around, screaming, throwing shit. It's a very old topic, and I don't know. I don't think you can just write it off, just like because there's no direct physical evidence.
No, it's possible.
What's possible?
Stuff. You're still talking about Bigfoot, aren't you?
I was.
What the fuck are you talking about now? I lost you there.
No, I'm talking about Bigfoot for sure. And my experience was strange. It was strange. It was shared with a couple other people. It's very detailed. It's long. It's like it had to do with a lot of strange sounds that were like jumping around in the woods surrounding us. I'll tell the story sometime. I don't want to tell it right now. It's just fucking. It was a really strange story that no one really believes or probably should. I don't know. It was something that couldn't happen. That happened. So that's what I'll tell you. And it was like extremely loud and frightening and didn't make sense for about 10 or 12 years until I thought of it in terms as like of a possible Bigfoot type of deal. Then all of a sudden it all clicked and made sense. Maybe I should just fucking tell it, huh? What do you think, Max? Eating. What are you eating?
Fake generic goldfish that the drummer from today left from his session. No, we can save it for another night. We're over 4 hours deep.
No, we're like 6 minutes away from 4 hours. So I guess we should just wrap things up. Because at, like 1:15 it'll be 4 hours. 4 hours. So I don't know. Let me try to get one more little... Let me try to get one more little bit in for the fuck of it. Right?
Go for it.
What can we do? What's a good bit? 6 minutes left.
You didn't really touch on aliens all that much.
Yeah, I talked a little aliens. What do you want me to say? There's a lot of aliens around.
What's
They're doing a lot of shit.
Latest, most compelling evidence that you've
wait,
heard?
I had something on that. Hang on. Yeah, wait a second. No, I talked about the Google Earth guy that saw a picture of a UFO with an alien with his head sticking out. That was pretty fucking good.
I saw something. I believe it was in like the Antarctic. They had like a Google Maps picture of like what looks like a flying saucer crashed in the snow. But
you know what? Here, well, you know how we can fill the last few minutes? I'll go to NBC News YouTube page, and there'll be something here to make fun of or talk about.
The United States Olympic Committee voted to boycott the Summer Olympic Games in Moscow.
Who cares?
In 1979, Afghanistan was already reeling from a violent coup. The new communist leader, Hafizullah Amin, had plans to westernize a largely Muslim country and quickly became the target of a widespread effort to remove him from power.
You want the citizen?
None of this sat well with the USSR or its powerful chairman, Leonid
everybody
Brezhnev,
knows
who
that.
feared that the uncertainty in Afghanistan would diminish the Kremlin's influence in Central Asia. Soviet troops arrived on Christmas Eve of 1979 to back the counterinsurgency and dug in for war. Soviet troops.
All right. Well, we've all seen that many years ago. Here's a segment on the NBC News YouTube called
recently
Living...
launched Four Lights Tiny House Company.
Right, wait a second. This is called Living Large in a Tiny Home on NBC News, and it starts with the gayest guy ever. Hang on.
I recently launched Four Lights Tiny House Company. What we do here is we design very efficient houses, which just happen to be small because we take away all the parts that don't seem necessary. If you wanted to buy one today, or buy plans, or buy furnishings that I've designed, you could just go on my website, buy those things, and we could deliver a whole house to your door in about 8 weeks or so.
These guys build really extremely tiny homes, and it looks horrible. And
I really got into, or officially came
have a
out of
feeling-
the closet as a claustrophobic.
Wait, this guy just said
this
he
is a
came
new
out.
network television show, right?
It is. I have no idea. It sucks though. These are tiny homes, and I've seen a lot of shit like this going around, and it seems to be part of like a culture of like people are like gluttons for punishment who are like really into this sort of like false like environmentalist movement where like it's more about punishing humanity than it is about really learning to live in state of harmony with Mother Nature. And these people are, I mean, here's a guy, they show this tiny house. It's the first house they show. It's in the middle of nowhere. You could have a mansion and it wouldn't be bothering anything like this, but this guy's got this fucking tiny shithole. Let's see what this
As
says.
a claustrophile, somebody who likes small spaces, around 1997 when I did buy a very small trailer and moved in. And 2 years after that, I figured I should build my own house, and I've been doing it ever since.
He's just a trailer park boy.
Mm-hmm.
Right inside the front door, I've got
Yeah, but he's like
a little kitchen.
He's like doing this. Remember the South Park where they have smug,
Do I?
Uh,
I love South
you know,
Park, of course.
Yeah, and the idea is
Speaking
that
about AIDS when it was only being whispered.
is there's this like trendy aspect to acting like you're making this big sacrifice and walking around like a martyr for the environment. When
But
it's
you
not,
really just want to
I mean,
sniff the smell of your own farts.
Here's the thing, like, yeah, exactly. Like, do you need a 13-inch fucking counter? Could it not be 24 inches? You know what I mean? This house is ridiculous. There's no need to live like this. This is pure masochism. This is
Very
ridiculous. Look at this. Why would you can't live like that? You can't entertain
the
anyone.
bathroom's actually one of the smallest things around.
Ooh,
Still. It's got a toilet, and it's got a tub, and a shower and a sink. But the tub and the shower and the sink are just one thing.
They're off limits because that's where I get funky.
Well, at least you could say, oh, yeah, I've had sex in every room in this house. And they'd be like, motherfucker, you only have one room in your house.
This guy shoves his shower head up his ass and just
It's that
listens-
deep clean.
Yeah, I hate this guy.
It's a multitasking thing. This is what I call the elbow room. Used to
Because
call it
there's
great
no
room.
fucking
I like
elbow
to call
room.
it something that makes it sound big because it's not very big. Relatively speaking, though, after squeezing through the front door, kitchen, bathroom area, This opens up to a palatial, like, 7 feet wide by 8.
Oh, how funny that he calls 7 feet palatial. What a fucking what a very intelligent little joke there, Mr. Stupid Faggot with a small house.
8 feet, maybe 9 in the other direction, and it's got a cathedral ceiling at the top. So it.
And by the way, not that there's anything wrong with that.
It actually feels relatively spacious. The desk is where I spend most of my waking hours these days. Lots of book storage space. If anything ever forces me out of my tiny house, it'll be my tiny house book collection, which grows every day. I do have this secret, not so secret really, paper storage place. So the projects that I'm working on can actually go up on the wall so I can figure out what I'm doing visually. Because there's a lot of paper flying around this place.
All right, this is just a lunatic in a tiny house with a ton of paper that he can't fucking organize. He's sitting on the floor with piles of paper everywhere. This is called living large in a tiny home on the NBC News. Just a fucking asshole that you would never want to fucking hang out with in a million years. All this guy probably does is tell you ways that you're living in excess and, being irresponsible towards the environment, which, by the way, I'm talking like an asshole here. I have nothing against gay people or environmentalists at all. I have a thing against this disingenuous, stupid, fucking media-influenced, just garbage, forced, fake environmentalist movement that's more about just feeling better than people. This trendy bullshit.
And that's about it.
Yeah, now I'm going to get into my bed. You should this guy just got into a fucking tiny little stupid triangle corner in the top of his house to sleep. This is ridiculous. This guy is a piece of shit for having this house. I don't give a fuck. Another time. Hello.
What's going on?
Hey, thank you. You should see this piece of shit.
But hey,
wait, I can't hear you. Your audio is no good.
Not a drug.
Hello? Wait, right there. Are you there?
And Sam's phone died, so talk a bunch of shit about her.
All right.
Well, yeah, my name's Stanley /John.
Uh-huh.
But, dude, it had nothing to do with drink. I'm just calling because I'm drunk as hell and I like to drink. But I love your podcast.
Okay, I was just gonna give that guy the floor. I was just gonna let him talk for as long as he wanted, and he hung up. I was just gonna let him go. I swear to God.
He was kind of drunk with a bad signal, but we appreciate the enthusiasm.
I was just gonna let him go for as long as he wanted to just talk about how he was drunk. I was just gonna let that happen, but apparently he's done. Now we're back to this piece of shit climbing into his fucking little tiny triangle hole in the top of his house to go to sleep in a little triangle loft. Oh, look at me. Oh, I'm so comfy. Here I go.
What's sort of ironic about my designs and what sets my company apart from others is how much I
You can hear it in his voice. He thinks he's saying everything like he's
an upward inflection, like every statement is a fucking question. I don't like when anyone talks.
What I picture is going on in his head is everything he says, he pictures being in is like a clip for a biography about him later in life. He's trying to sound sort of incidentally profound all the time, just like, well, we just had this idea, or we just think it should.
Try to be alike, and how much I try not to be different. In looking for the most universal elements,
how
things
refreshing.
start looking very
It's so
normal,
refreshing.
I think, very house-like.
Yes.
So when you look at one of my
Yeah,
designs,
except for
I've
you
really
live in a fucking stupid 10 by 10 foot piece of shit box for no reason. This guy's in the middle of
boil it
nowhere.
down to
He
the
could have a huge house and not use the electricity that much. You don't build a fucking wood structure is not what hurts the environment, you fucking asshole. I guess, you could take heat and this and that into the equation, but there's other ways. There's other fucking ways. If you really want to go to this much trouble, this guy lives like a fucking hobbit. He's like 6.5 feet tall for no fucking reason. Living large in a tiny home.
Sense of home, both in terms
NBC
of functionality,
News.
of size, the parts, the utilities, and in terms of the geometry and the symbolism of home. Smaller spaces are certainly gaining a lot more traction since 2008 with the housing bust. People are recognizing that square footage is not really the best measure.
I hate this fucking guy. Do you know what it would be like to hang out with him? He has no fun. He probably can't be funny. What a piece of shit. If you just see this guy, he's got this like darkness and fucking drab, weird yearning behind his eyes that he's just
for that matter, just resale value.
all
in
he
general
wants to
is not
do
the
is
best
convince you
measure
he's
of
better, and
value
it's
itself
weird.
in home.
It's strange.
So people are looking more at use value now, and in doing
He's
that,
just
they're
punishing
looking at smaller
himself for
spaces
no reason. What a miserable
that
character.
really suit their personal needs, and for
It's
that matter,
doesn't-
universal needs, and I'm happy about that.
Oh, and he walks like a fucking stupid wounded bird. Fucking stupid little straight leg, like folded up, fucking limp wrist walk. Ugh. What a piece of shit.
Tell him how you really feel.
Yeah. All right, so I guess we're going to wrap it up. That's about it. I want to thank the crew down by the river that's been getting fucked up all night. I wish we could go longer, but it would be irresponsible. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to my producer, Max. Thanks, Crystal Recorders in Lombard, Illinois. Thank you to our guests, Ron and Lori from Bump in the Night, Paranormal Investigations in Joliet, Illinois. Our first episode was not too disappointing from my perspective, and we'll be back next week at 9 p.m. here on Ustream.com. This is Vinny from the Sunday Evening Overdose. Signing out. We're going to take you out with a track called Perfecting Anatomy by Strange Opposition. I'll see you next week.
Control this. What you're looking at now is something soulless. So behold this. Just another hopeless case of a man who kept talking until he swallowed his face. That's food for thought, for a brain like a cannibal. It walks and talks, but while feeding it's all animal. Mammal by the hairs, I'm aware that I'm slowly losing touch. But from what I was holding, there really ain't saying much. Got a hole under my sweat and my heart up in the clutch. And still pumping in vain out of veins. Left a heart-shaped stain when I fell from them chest pains. Perfecting anatomy. Dig deeper with a slice and cut because we can make it better, but not by much. Yeah, we can make it better, but not by much. Perfecting anatomy. Dig deeper with a slice and cut because we can make it better, but not by much. Yeah, we can make it better, but not by much. Thank your brain now for your emotions. Thank your heart for pumping that blood. Thank your body. Thank its touch. Thank it all until you had enough. Headless but with face, mouth full of distance. Conversations of waste this body. It hungers, once your please feed it. Full of pain, know that it needs it. I can't help myself, I can't get a grip of the fragments that made me slip. This shit called memories, they're a part of me, embedded in my DNA. I can't get away from this, no matter how hard I try. I just keep on. When will I just die? Perfecting anatomy. Dig deeper with a slice and cut because we can make it better, but not by much. Yeah, we can make it better, but not by much. Perfecting anatomy. Dig deeper with a slice and cut because we can make it better, but not by much. Said we can make it